Information is everywhere. But insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on long run. We must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile?
for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layouts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BCB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts, and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution. Providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard. A wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well. A robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show right here on BusinessDay Television. It's a beautiful Friday morning here in Lagos City and we have enough pack to keep you going this morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
It's a lovely Friday morning. Thank God it's Friday.
So you beat me to that. But it's good that we can now be able to, for ladies, let your hair down, for gentlemen, take off your suit. You know,
I like my hair.
And be able to now say, it is Friday, let us be, you know, a bit wound down, like they say. But the question
Were you wound up before? I was wound.
Well, I'm always upbeat. But the thing is, as much as we want to tone it down, are we going to turn it down and still look over our shoulders to make sure that we're secured?
You've come again, no.
I'll just say.
Are we going to turn it down and still look over our shoulders and make sure that we're secure? What is that one again?
It's true now, because if you look at it now, truth be told, we are hit back left, front, and center with insecurity back and forth. Now we're now thinking, do we go deeper into our pockets to buy common egg? Do you go deeper into your pocket to buy little things that normally you can just buy for yourself and buy for the next person and just do some small, giveaway? Now giveaways now on social media, no one does giveaway any longer. So do we still say thank God it's Friday?
Absolutely. Well, let's see what we have on the headlines today and see if there's still something to thank God it's Friday about. Well, Quite a number of things are on the headlines this morning. We'll start with Dangote offering dollar dividends to lure investors to refinery IPO. Now, speaking of Yuletide, it says reps decry high airfares, ask federal government to cut aviation taxes by 50%. This is for the Yuletide. And then reps advance bill to amend CBN Act. Reps advance bill to amend the Central Bank of Nigeria Act. And finally, Kenya overtakes Nigeria in Africa's private sector growth ranking. Some of the stories are certainly, I did say that, let's see if we'll have something, thank God it's Friday about, but I mean, when we're talking about the festivities, saying reps decry high airfares and ask federal government to cut aviation taxes by 50%. Look, I'm all for it because we talked about how much it is now to travel within in and out of state using a flight. It's crazy. It's almost like you're traveling out of the country. So I mean, if we have to do something about the aviation taxes, because certainly that's added to how much we have to pay now per ticket, then certainly let's do it.
Most definitely, because if you look at the amount of money people spend now, the question is, way back in the 80s, when you hear that kind of amount of money, that's like your pension, But now you're spending on just one trip, not even return trip, not a round trip, just one move.
It's crazy.
And so you wonder,
how much is your earnings?
Exactly. Even if you're earning so much money, it will pack a punch to your pocket. If you're the kind of person who likes to give, free ride, well, not free ride, but free flight to you, your friends, your family, just for the fun of it. After what's money meant for, not to spend and spend well.
A wise man once said.
And so at the end of the day, when you now look at it now, you now resort to not answering phone calls. Okay, at least how far are we going to do what we did last year?
Are you one of those people that like to just give a flight ticket for them?
Well, I used to. I used to, but for now, I can't afford it any longer because so I think it's a good thing. They should look into the air tickets and now say, since our roads are not that safe. Before we used to battle with only potholes. Now you are battling with potholes. You are battling with stray bullets coming back and forth because you don't know the bandits are going to jump into the road every now and then. But again, kudos to our security personnel. They begin to record some very good, results by curbing these bandits. But hey, everyone wants to go by air. They think what we think is the safest. I agree. So, federal government, can we cut off 50%? It's a good move. If they succeed in doing that, at least for what it's worth, most of us, right, who might have the extra change can now say, how can we support? And those of us who don't have can now say, who's going to give to us, And that's what it is.
Well, let's move to Kenya, where Kenya has overtaken Nigeria in Africa's private sector growth rankings. Did you see that coming?
Well, honestly speaking, I did. One of the things that can make an economy record downtimes, whether based on your GDP or, as the case may be, there in every other sector, is when there is rising insecurity. There's less people coming into and invest. Those who have invested are cutting corners. Those who have already long-term, companies here are asking themselves questions. Can we go on? What's our 5 years into the future? What's going to look like because of the issue going on? And that all boils down to one thing: reputation of a country. Kenya had their own issues too, but if you look at it, that issue of them having the riot back and forth, Ruto was under a lot of pressure. And we saw our good international colleague there, I've forgotten his name now, but he used to report, and actually from Kenya there, Larry Mador, he would report back and forth from his own country, and he was quite professional about it. However, with all those issues running through their country, yet they are recording this above Nigeria. The question now is, can we also say, let's, in our own space and our own work, right? As we're doing what we're doing, as we're reporting, we're also being very, very factual. At the same time, at the same time, let the international world see that we are not biased. But this is what we have. Can you guys still come in and make our country better based on mutual respect, not guns blazing, not sweet and fast. We want mutual respect, grow our economy, give us reason to now say there's more employability, layout for companies, and people begin to say, okay, come 2026, want to bring in billions into Nigeria. And please come and give us some side hustle business.
Side hustle business. Wow.
That's what I think.
Really?
Because we're all in side hustle
Okay. Dangote is offering dollar dividends to lure investors to refinery IPO. Does it need to actually offer dollar dividends to lure investors? I think it's already a very viable investment, if you ask me.
It is. I mean, oil and gas, we all know, just came in and gave agriculture uppercuts. Sent it as they just sent it to just relegated it. But remember, before oil and gas became a big boom, agriculture was the main deal for us. Kano was, talk about the 50s. Kano was the heartbeat of granite. You see the granite pyramid and all that stuff. Now oil and gas has come in. Now Dangote is now even saying, look, we want a case where if we say we introduce this level of dividend, can it also trickle down to make lives easier for Nigerians? I keep saying that he's doing the Lord's work. Some will say no, others will say yes. But look at it now, he's coming forth with this, which means that those loopholes that they have seen and said, is this how they have been taking advantage of Nigeria all along? They might be a billionaire already. I don't see him wanting to be a trillionaire. Not that's going to pass him anyway. But in his mind of minds, maybe he's thinking, it's time to now make Nigerians enjoy. So those who come as marketers, those who come as, businessmen to buy from him, can we find a way to cut down so that they can also make money at the same time? People who buy products, who buy this product, like you and I in our cars, very soon your vehicle's going to land also extra one. You know what I mean? I'm almost tempted to give a free hype to this guy, but we can't do it. But when it now lands, so you can now buy fuel and back and forth. So if you look at it, at the end of the day, it will benefit us very well. What does this now mean? It means that we can now afford to now say, flip our fingers. So is this what we've been suffering all along? But I'm going to wake up and now say, wait a minute. The idea of that monopoly, are we still going to be afraid of it? If you guys are listening, don't be afraid of monopoly, right? Support the man. Of course, there are other modular refineries, but he is taking this bold step. And do you remember, I think it was 2 days ago or so, there was in the news where some Western countries, and I call it jealousy, right? They said they wouldn't buy Dangote's product because they think the product is not as clean as what it is that they want. Saying who, right? All of a sudden, because they're not the ones, bringing in the fuel, they want to look for a way to sabotage the gentleman. I disagree. You see, that's the thing now. We as Nigerians, we as Africans, the more we begin to push our own narrative, we want to begin to take charge of our own decisions, such a way that tomorrow we can afford to keep our economy running, the better for us. If we leave our narratives for these people, I call them these people because they don't understand how dynamic our nation is. If we leave that for them, they will tell this narrative to fit them. After all, have you ever heard any story of the hunter and the prey? The story going in favor of the prey? No, it's always in favor of what? The hunter. But guess what? Jungle don't macho.
Okay, Jungle don't macho. We'll take a quick break and be right back for the newspaper review in a bit. Do stay with us.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses. We're telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast, Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress. No delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, defend the bullies,
insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And it not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee pension instantly. You didn't start to get ripped off. We make sure you pay right and stay compliant. You didn't start out to explain late salaries to your team. We make sure they are paid on time. Your job? Build your business. Ours? Handle your payroll. Payroll, benefits, loans. We handle it so you don't have to.
In a world that never stops moving, stay in control with a bank that's always working for you. Even if your internet connection shuts down, banking continues instantly with our USSD code *7111#. Experience seamless transactions on the go. Settle your bills, top up airtime or data, sell FX, and more with the Key mobile app. Speaking of more, you can automate payments and savings on multiple accounts and also stay up to date with your investments on the Key mobile app. Experience branchless banking today. Keystone Bank, we grow together.
Getting the right mobile phone insurance tailored to your specific need can be a hassle. Introducing Skrella, your one-stop solution, providing screen calibration test, glass and IMEI eye check to confirm the physical condition of the device. And all this is done from the comfort of your home. Skrella offers affordable premiums and an easy-to-navigate dashboard, a wallet service for easy payments and vouchers as well, a robust paperless claims reporting process to ensure speedy delivery of service to users. Skrella prioritizes user devices and made provision for health checks on their device to monitor the health status of the smartphone. Elevate your peace with Skrella.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is the newspaper review segment right here on the show. Of course, to break down some of the stories on the front page of the paper this morning, we have our in-house analyst, Mohammed Akanji, and of course, Valentine is still in the studio as well.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mohammed. Happy Friday. I like to say happy Friday because I think there's something about Fridays. It just makes you,
of course, feel like it's you into the weekend. I mean,
hope you rested well.
I did.
What do you mean? Hope you rested well. This is it's
okay.
For
some people, the week comes with a lot of bashing back and forth. So you now say, since it's Friday, get ready to rest well for the weekend.
Okay, so you get ready when on Thursday.
So for me, I would say Saturday and Sunday, when some people are actually resting, I double up the hustle.
Hustle gang.
No time to rest. I'm sure you still need to be able to create time for that.
Yeah, and by the way, as our team played.
Oh yes, we did on Wednesday.
And what was it? I don't think it was successful.
Very, very successful.
Really, no wonder you came smiling and not grumpy.
So I told you we played on Wednesday. Yes, of course I was not grumpy. We did very well. We went to Belgium to go and play Club Brugge. Okay, we're talking about us now. Right. I think she supported the same club as myself.
Yeah.
And we had a very good outing. The boys had a very good outing. So they're playing again tomorrow. It's 9 p.m. Nigerian time tomorrow against them, Wolverhampton Wanderers. So I'm sure it's just happened like that. Just like I'm actually telling some other people, the rule doesn't say that you should win all the games to win the title. Yeah. Right. We are topping both the league and the Champions League, and the boys are doing very well.
That's the most important thing.
We are really hopeful that they will be able to keep it until the end. Then the period is in April, May next year, and that is the time when we'll actually be able to get the title. So hopefully, we should be able to at least smile to the.
Why do I feel as if you are throwing that at me?
Are you classified?
I used to be a fan of both Wanderers.
Oh my God!
Until they got relegated.
Papa, really? I'm not even relegated. They are far flog right now. I think they're in the 4th division.
By the way, my baby boy is actually getting married.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Yeah.
Don't you know who that is?
You know what you said was
my baby boy in Arsenal.
Oh, Bukayo Saka, of course.
Rub it in my face.
Of course, okay.
Getting married.
He's getting married.
So
I think he has proposed to Tolami and quite good. He's the star boy of Arsenal anyway. Bukayo Saka is anyway. He's a star boy.
The star boy.
A lot of people.
I'm going to name my son after him.
Seriously?
Yeah, and I mean
as Bukayo or Saka.
Bukayo.
Yes. It's a very good name anyway.
Yep.
That name looks very good. So at least.
Okay, enough about us. Now let's see what we have on the front page of the paper this morning. Starting off with the Business Day paper. The big story on the front page of Business Day paper this morning says DSTV caught in crossfire as Netflix, Paramount battle for Warner deal. This is on page 31 of the Business Day newspaper. And on page 31 still, it says women rise at work but remain locked out of state parliament. This one is, I love this conversation a lot. And then on page 30, it says, Dangote dangles dollar dividends to law investors for refinery IPO. You see this crossfire between DSTV and Netflix, Paramount, battling for this Warner deal.
It's a very important. I mean, Netflix is actually trying to be able to strike a very important jackpot with, you know Warner Bros. I mean, the Warner Bros. Have actually been the major producer of movies like Harry Potter, The Batman, and then the deal, which is actually expected for us, I mean, the deal that's likely going to be able to see through, is bringing a whole lot of important dynamics into the entertainment space. Just like in our papers, actually able to report it here. So if Netflix eventually be able to capture that, most of those things that DSTV, multi-choice in particular, rely on, I don't know if you subscribe to them, do subscribe. And if you look at their Mnet movies, maybe Mnet 1, 2, 3, they tend to be able to rely on movies from Warner Bros. Don't forget, Warner Bros. Owns CNN as well, and they hold some of the most important movie franchises in the world. So Netflix, Paramount are actually battling to be able to take over the soul of Warner Bros. Right now in close to like about $9 billion takeover that's just waiting for
$9 billion
takeover from Netflix. So
that's are we in the right business?
I'm not going to say I'm not
sure. No, but Warner Bros. is, I'm not sure how old it has actually been. I'm telling you, most of the names, most of those movies that you heard of, some of those blockbuster movies that you talk about, Batman, for example, the story of Harry Potter, this is actually from the stables of Warner Bros. It's a very popular as a household name. So it's not just something you can just be able to. So if you look at them, MGM, Sony Pictures, these are household names. These are the OGs of movie blockbusters right from time. So, but it's just be able to show the power of streaming right now. That streaming is actually coming on board, and that's what Netflix, Paramount Plus are trying to be able to buy into that space, to be able to take them over, to widen their scope. So, but the implication of that, because this is more than what is actually happening at the other side of the Atlantic, and DSTV multi-choice that tends to be able to have Africa as a base market, be able to feel the impact. Because if those stations are eventually taken over, just like I said, these are what DSTV, for example, or GoTV, through multi-choice, are actually selling. They sell, apart from sport, it's movies. Don't forget. The only way we can be able to get enough money from is fine, maybe football for some of those that are football lovers. The next one is really about movies. That's okay. We'll give you blockbusters. You have access to these. So if Netflix should be able to take over, as it's expected to be able to go through by at most first quarter of next year, what would actually be the fate of DSTV hanging in the balance? So meaning that what's now make it different from Netflix? Now we're not streaming, or meaning like a normal monthly subscription. So these are some of the dynamics that I feel like our entertainment editor were able to come out with, to look at as Netflix and Paramount are trying to be able to make it.
Question for you. So the major thing is, in all this, what does this now mean for subscribers and people who are looking at, enjoying this December, relax with family and friends? Are we going to experience a surge in subscription, or would they be subsidized one way or the other? Because these people, they've been back and forth.
Of course, with what they have been doing the last 3 months. But I think it's a very good question Val has. One is the fact that this is not taking effect this month. The discussion is still ongoing. So we understand now. Of course, it started last month. But before the regulatory body will be able to sign up will be taking like about January or February next year. So the bidding is still on. Netflix has proposed it's 9 billion. Paramount came up with a counter offer. You know, these are two different streaming platforms that are trying to buy into Warner Bros. When it's available. So I think that exists. So maybe it may not be able to affect this December in the question he asked. But we know that multi-choice have tried as much as possible because of the dwindling subscriber level. People have actually moved away at the time. In fact, between last year and this year, they lost about 1.8 million subscribers in Nigeria. You can imagine 1.8 million. And so you have seen, to be able to now come up with normal incentive, what have they done? Okay, they try to be able to slash the access fee. In some cases, they say, okay, pay for 1 month, you enjoy 2 months of services. I'm not sure they have been mentioning that. You have to be able to buy the decoder. At the time, the decoder price was about 20,000. You have to bring it down now. Like 10,000 thereabouts, just as a way of encouraging, you know, subscribers. I mean, consumers to be able to subscribe to those platforms. So I think we're sure they are doing all those to ensure they'll be able to pull up the numbers again. But in Nigeria, no thanks to maybe poor electricity, the fact that they are increasing. What's it called? Subscription fee every now and then. But this year, you see element of stability in that. They were affected by the Nigerian economic reality last year. And in the last 5 years, I think they've actually been able to increase subscription fee by like about 3 times or thereabouts. But this year, they've not touched it at all. In fact, they introduced what they call a price lock this year and last year, such that if you're on a particular subscription plan already, if there's an increase in that plan, once you are consistently subscribing, they will remain you at the old price. Because like a price lock. So I'm sure they too are doing everything to ensure they entice consumers into it. But where this will be able to affect them is the bidding war between Netflix and Paramount, and how that will likely be able to turn out.
Right. Okay. Real quick, I want us to talk about this one on the front page, talking about governance. On the front page of BusinessDay paper still says women rise at work but remain locked out of state parliament. I wish there was another lady on this because I'm interested in hearing both of views.
But we don't mushroom you. I mean, let's be honest. We'll still have the fence in this matter.
It's a fact, technically. I think I will agree with you because it's a fact. Yesterday, the story we read was about women working on lands. Remember, I think we read that done by one of our journalists here, where you have larger number of women are working on farmlands, but very few % of them own those farmlands. So they're more or less like hired as laborers. The same thing applies in parliament and politics. Women in politics, you'll be marveled that if you do a proportion, the sex ratio of the men and the female in our National Assembly. Not the National Assembly. How many women are there now? But even was this time, I think we have 4 women out of 109.
And this is because women are not, it's not like there are no women that want to get into politics. It's because the terrain is so
male dominated.
It's not just male dominated, it's that it's so
skewed against them.
I'm trying to find the word. It's too
Should I help you? Should I help you? To be honest with you.
Too rough for women. Look at Natasha. That was having a voice. Look at the way they're literally
to be honest, yes.
Make a voice to literally
her voice.
Kill that voice, and she keeps fighting.
This is what
how many women have time for that?
This is what I think. I think just take a tour of what you said. Not only is it so the era in politics, especially at that level, is so fake that you can literally cut it with a knife. And when men actually step up to hold some certain things, believe it or not, even some other men who are choosing not to do evil, right, are pushed to the side. I see my game from now. So it's not just a male-dominated thing. It's also what happens alpha male over other males. So so if you now say I want to keep a great slate, clean slate, and I don't want to be exactly you put to the side. And this is politics like that around the world. So you have male-dominated environment already. Now you don't have alpha males over other males. So unfortunately, you have alpha male. You now have male-dominated. You now have women. So at the end of the day, for a woman to now be able to actually keep her ground and break through, she must be an alpha female. And how many alpha females do you know last in the game? It's a fact. So you see now. So we are pushing hard. Women inclusion must continue. Women must have more seats in this parliament, in Senate, have more seats in politics. But this is the question now. The way and manner they have riddled it, is it in favor of women at the long run? Can women actually say, we'll stand and we'll 5 figures for this.
Because the women that even try to stand, they try to drown their voices. And I keep using Natasha as an example because that's one woman that's tried and stood her ground despite they even suspended her. She came back. She still posted the other day and said, you know, did you see that on Google she was the most searched individual? And then she said that despite the fact that they continuously drown her voice, she's continuously trying. So maybe she's one of those alpha males you're talking alpha females you're talking about, because she's really, really trying, because they continuously try.
And guess what? Even for ladies, you also have, like I said, alpha females over other females too. So you see now. So in an event of even have politics, you can't speak. I'm the one in charge. I thought you were women now.
But I feel like this. At the time, we're trying to introduce what we call affirmative action.
Right.
Affirmative action is to say that 35% of available seats should be given to women. There's that discussion in the global. We have not domesticated that yet.
35%
of available seats.
Okay, so then the remaining
65%. Maybe.
Why? Why can't
we got that affirmative action? So at the time, because let's start from somewhere.
I would help you.
Why can't it be 50-50?
I'm sorry to say this. As much as we wish it can be 50-50, look, it's not going to be possible.
Why?
So this is the thing now. These alpha males are so worried and scared that, look, in the future, women will be the ones to run the affairs of the government.
I like how you said scared. So that means this is an ego. It's an ego thing. So that means their egos are fragile, because why are you scared?
So I will tell you now. See, remember I said I didn't say men. I said alpha males. And the truth of the matter is that comes with some level of characteristics. Whether you're a good man or a good woman, remember this. When it comes to politics and government, they don't care whether you're good or bad. What they want is, are you there for their interests? Which is why I'm using that word alpha. Would you be able to say, this is the right thing to do? But man, because of my career and those who have put me here, let me look aside and do the wrong thing for tomorrow that's going to be. That's what happened to most government. That is why we're here, where we are back and forth to this Boko Haram issue. They know what to do. See how fast it took took Nigeria to step in and then quell and
your president.
Do you understand? So the question now is, look, women, great gender, but the thing is, when it comes to making some decisions of life and death, the spot, a woman will think twice and say, I'm a mother.
Because a woman thinks...
Yes. So
a woman actually thinks more compassion.
That's my answer. I'm looking for. Thank you.
Okay. Which is a good thing, isn't it?
Men don't think with compassion.
So are you saying that you don't need that compassion? Isn't that the problem that we're having now? Is that not why we're having the problems we're having in Nigeria?
Well, again, I hate to say it.
In leadership.
So in leadership, right? Like I just said, you have male-dominated environment. You also have alpha males that are there. Look at FED, for instance, Federal Executive Council. Look at it now. How many women do you see there? Do you know why?
Isn't that why we have the problems we're having?
So it's not that that's when we have the problems. It's not because of that. I think why we have the problems, right, is because it has gone to a point where if you're not willing, and I say anywhere, every time, anywhere, Jonathan is a good example. If you're not willing to step on next, trust me, you cannot run a nation. Take it from me. Okay. And which is why I say I love women in leadership. I've seen some females who are great presidents, but at the end of the day, one time they kick them out, right? Because women will think twice. If I make this move, yes, it will benefit my nation, but people are going to die. There's going to be collateral damage. A woman will think twice. Men don't want that.
Some women did it. Sorry, I beg you to differ. Look at
she did that at some point.
I don't think you want to make you want to use Samia Suluhu of Tanzania.
Samia of Tanzania. We're also talking about her in Tanzania.
But the first time.
What about Sheikh Hasina in Bangladesh? In fact,
that's a good one. That's a good example.
Sheikh Hasina killed Sheikh Hasina. Do you know how many people that she killed before she actually be able to have the kill?
I'm even a bit lost as to why you are mentioning killings. Like, is leadership about killing?
No. I'm sorry, but it's about making decisions that people will die in the process for a greater good.
I'm I'm sorry. I understand because I've been listening and I've just been killing.
Right.
Yes, I get it that you're talking about
not killing somebody.
But I'm saying
But I
that
think it cut across both sexes.
I think one of the things that also makes for good leadership is having that empathy.
Very important.
Most important.
That emotional intelligence that women have.
So in the same way that a man can actually be able to hold their soldiers.
Please just give me I just really want to know what the line you both are drawing and saying that because of that it makes it hard, or are you just
I think I was Valentine mentioned something about women thinking
I need to hear from him.
Okay you understand that, and I felt like that element of this compassion that maybe I can agree that the alpha males may not have that because of that ego that they have. Typical man or typical men might definitely be able to have that. So I'll just cite an example of some females, just like you know about Solo Samia in Tanzania, Sheikh Hasina, for example. We've seen another Mexican president is Claudia. In fact, a man groped her in public 3 weeks ago.
That was
very terrible. So I'm talking about it's got across both gender. But I felt like in Nigeria, one of my Harvard professors used to say this, and I would like to be able to say that, Thomas Eke. He said, in the battle, in the race of a horse and a dog, natural, level playing field, a horse and a dog, you want to put them to run. By nature, who will win?
Of course, the horse.
You can't guess. You can't
the horse now.
I'm not wanting about let's make an analogy.
Okay.
You want to put a race of a horse and a dog, let them run. If you wanted to say, give over that level playing field, don't cheat anybody, let them just be able to run. Everybody knows a horse, by nature, will win ahead of the dog. So what advantage can you now give? You can't give them level playing field. Say, let them just throw both of them on the field and let them do it. Because of the advantage the horse has, by nature.
By
nature, a horse will outpace a dog. So maybe I'm not if it's 100 meters, let a dog start 50 meters ahead or something.
So that means that by nature, a man.
I'm talking about affirmative action. Because based on affirmative action, now to say, we have looked at the trend. If you say, let men and women go to the field, even the research shows that 60% of fellow women will not vote for her.
Okay, that part.
I'm just saying 60% of our fellow women.
Because they want decision making.
But if you now make it a law to say 4 positions that out of 10 that is coming out, 4 of them, I'm talking about that now, 4 of them should go to women. Right. They have no choice. I mean, that's the idea about affirmative action.
Right.
As of today, we're still struggling. During Buhari's time, maybe last time, we're still able to make some progress in that regard. To have women. But now, I thought that there were 10. During the administration, I only have 4 women. And one of them was just mentioned, Senator Natasha. Even though I saw her, she was with the men yesterday. At least she belongs to the Senate committee on screening with the ambassadors.
Should I shock you?
And she was actually
the reason why Natasha actually succeeded, she's still going to succeed because men are behind her. Get for me.
Some men are, maybe not.
Yeah. Of course.
There will always be.
Some men have said, look, she has the right to have her voice heard. And those men are people who have actually seen some lacunas going on with the Senate president and said, no, we are going to make sure this woman doesn't get dragged down.
Yes.
Just part of what I'm talking about.
You know what? I think let's just move to
but I think it's a very important factor to ensure that we reverse this trend.
So I think if I hear you correctly, where you are coming from is maybe they should just that affirmative action thing of 25%.
For every 10 positions, maybe it's like saying 3 out of that. If you're having 10 seats that's available, and it's made it a law that 3 of them must go to women. So maybe that when people go to vote, for example, you are sure that at least the 7 can be thrown open. The women can clear everything. But at least, first of all, give them those 3 advantages. That 3 or 4 of those seats must go to these people.
Okay.
Maybe it would, to this gender, that would be able to go.
Did you guys see the Senator Akpabio, right? The President Akpabio, he mentioned about some people have birthdays. Did you see that video?
No, I.
So he was he made a speech saying some members of Senate have their birthdays. He mentioned his own name,
his own personality.
Yes, and then mentioned another senator. And then the third person shocked him. Like, okay, which means they gave the paper to mention it. Now I said, okay, it's also the birthday of Natasha Uduaka.
Okay.
And then everybody laughed. He also smiled.
Did he not know?
No. That's the thing. He's a politician. What I got out of that video simply means that, look, come what may, back and forth. At the end of the day, politics is politics.
They will still have it somewhere.
Once they come to common ground,
a consensus project.
So we eventually, because he now smiled and the camera went to Natasha's face, but she just giggled like this. And everybody laughed and then clapped and said he showed what we call the spirit of camaraderie. Yes, regardless of what has happened. This is the kind of politics and leadership that I want to see. So I kind of commend him for doing that. Unlike some people who are too ego people who are just good at overlooked it.
Why would you even do that?
No.
And that's why he said it's politics, because it's politics. That's why he read it.
You know, so,
doesn't mean he wishes that well.
It's a two-edged sword. It's a two-edged sword.
I've said that.
That's the politics at play, because you said someone pointed it out to him.
No.
It's an announcement.
It's like saying these are the birthday of for the month of December, for example.
So you mentioned
Liz. Oh, Francis.
Exactly.
No, that's all like just
that's my hair. That is time.
You're supposed to mention
it. Of course,
he's the same president. You have chosen not to do that. Just to create more tension.
Just to create tension, which is hurting his part. And that's not leadership, because he was supposed to call him.
Because you know the one thing about us in the nation, I don't know if it was, is the idea that little thing we make mountains on that of molehills.
Right.
The man might not even be able to mean it that way. And the people that are sharing the video around could have. I mean, I'm talking about how people just be able to conflate great things.
Right.
You know, something that's very little.
Right.
But just look at just chottle, like, oh, this one is there. And next thing will say, oh, because of the tension between them, because of the animosity between them.
Exactly.
That is why I was doing this. Yes, perhaps he might be able to do that. But we've seen situations now where the Senate president and Senator Natasha, Senator Natasha even invited him when he was doing the constituency project. You understand now? So that's why I think what Valival said. We put aside our differences. Politicians will play politics. That one is bound to happen. When it comes to issues of national matters, issues of national agency, people come together. When it was about to screen ambassadors yesterday, Reno was there, no more. I'm sure it's on the papers. Senator Natasha was in the committee. And then you see him, you see her meddling with Adam Oshiomhole, with Senator Dume. They were there and they were talking about, in fact, when it was the time to say take a bow and go for some, she was among those that said, this man here was for my constituency in Kogi. Please, I will urge the House, I'm talking about the committee, the Senate committee, to let him take a bow and leave. And the man there, she was the only woman in the midst. Okay. That's actually been going around.
Okay, let's see what we have on other papers this morning so that we don't...
So the Vanguard. Again, this is a sad one. You have the deputy governor who stormed at age 60. You know, it's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Great guy, but unfortunately, it is what it is. Death comes to everybody. He's just come, you know, a bit sooner, I would say. Because
60, right?
60 years old.
Is that
60 years old. He's a young guy compared to people who are 90 and something. This other guy, what's his name now? He's still active in PDP. Right,
Body Judge.
Yeah. How old is he? He's almost 80 something.
Right,
okay.
All right. So if you look at it, I mean, this case come. It's just
somebody spent 60 years on this. I mean, it's still
because the mortality rate in Nigeria is now. That's why it seems like a lot. In Japan, that's young. That's dying as a child.
90,
Japan.
So I mean, what this means is that look. Men, take care of yourself. Of course. Women to take care of yourself.
Because he was giving a speech when he slumped.
So
Vanguard reported the fact there was a breaking news around 7 p.m. that he slumped and he was rushed to the hospital. It was in the process of rushing him to the hospital, Mr. Lawrence, that's the deputy governor by us. He was leaving a speech. Only God knows. So they said throughout yesterday, he was in about 8 different events that has been going from one point to the other.
So
exhaustion.
And they're not taking your blood pressure.
And then check the numbers. Thank you very much. We have to check our numbers. Don't about the count.
Of course.
Look at the numbers, especially male. What is Nigeria now? Life expectancy for male is 52 years. Female is 55. The male died very, very young.
Do you know why?
And what's leading us to this ridiculous mortality rate?
The answer is in our newspapers already.
All the stress that this
stress is too much.
Stress of
and I know the funny. The funny thing is that we think it's a far cry. Oh, don't worry, I'm fine. You are fine until you're not fine. So the question is, every 3 weeks, so every 2 months, just do your number checks. Check your blood level, check your prostate, check your. You know why? Because people don't know this. I keep saying, if you can be spending, thank God it's Friday, enjoy yourself every Friday. Are you telling me that you can't once a month say, thank God it's hospital check day? I'm going to check myself. After now, I'm going to check myself.
That's very important.
That's how it is.
Very important.
You know, so
our distance to because that's what happened to him now. I'm sure as at this time yesterday morning, he never knew he was going to die.
That's it.
He set out, I have this occasion, I have this event. He was still very healthy.
Exactly.
Only for him to get to the last event and he slumped.
And nobody should mention witchcraft, please.
died, of course.
Thank you.
I don't think we should.
Okay.
All right, so next one here says ambassadorial appointment. Drama as Senate clears Fani Kayode and others. Fani Kayode again.
As an ambassador.
Okay. Tinubu hails Uzodinma as true, progressive, dependable ally. Or ally, as the case may be. Page 34, we can see that one. I don't want to say it about Uzodinma. You want to say it about Uzodinma?
Really, as ambassador, yeah, because the president is a dependable ally. He has been appointed as the Director General of APC Outreach Campaign for 2027. So he has been appointed as such, and the president saw him as one. So maybe there is a kettle of fish entirely about his own style of politics,
different
but
one.
he's an APC person, and he has been, in fact, likely to be Director General of the Tinubu likely campaign in 2027. Next year we are going to be able to see that. But what I was really interested in, I don't be able to read that, was what happened about IKEDC yesterday in Ikeja. That FCCPC customers complained for the first time in Nigeria, and the NEPA office was shut down. They sealed their office in Ikeja yesterday. I think it's the top story here.
Yes, it is. It is.
FCCPC.
Most definitely.
Exactly. So it was unbelievable that customers could complain that they are not getting your services from, because we are under equal electricity, we may not know. But those on the mainland could tell us about how Ikeja has been dealing with them. We call them IKEDC.
So the idea of
electricity distribution company. So FCCPC is a Federal Consumer Protection Council. That's their own job.
FCCPC.
That's the job. Yes. They are the one. If you have any complaint, you buy something that is not good. MTN give you good services. You complain to them. That's their own job. So it's a Federal Consumer Service Protection Council. So the FCCPC. So they were the one that went there yesterday and sealed off their offices. I mean, like for so as a result of the violation of customers' rights, people complain that they've paid NEPA bills and didn't supply them electricity.
And don't get what
but I think it's a good thing. It shows that people are being alive to their responsibility. We're actually seeing the system in that light.
Okay, just jump to the major one here. It says US seizes Nigerian-owned super tanker over alleged crude theft. You see, the problem I have with this caption now, whoever looks at it first glance would think US, the idea now is, okay, we are now losing our tanker to the US. But it's a Nigerian owned, so the private person.
So it's a port thing. No, I think, so Nigeria holds super tanker. So, because if you were to read the story, the story broke yesterday. It's along our waterways.
Right.
Some of those tankers actually be able to use to ship fuel. So it was actually in the process that led to that. But I think there's a discussion going on. That's actually been mentioned. It was as a result of, I think, misunderstanding in the ports management. So yes, of course, it belongs to Nigeria. It's part of our vessel. Part of those vessels that actually coming that was seized. And I think it ventured into the international waters. It's not supposed to get to along the Gulf of Mexico. That was where it was seized. So, but the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs came out yesterday to ensure that discussion is ongoing to ensure that, because apart from this, don't forget what the Burkina Faso, the C-130 jets.
Yes, now some of our soldiers.
So I'm sure things like this happen when you veer into spaces that's actually
international waters, international airspace,
national airspaces. You need to be careful. I think that's what happened in the case of this. But fine, it's a banner headline, banner caption in Vanguard. The discussion were actually ongoing, because just like you mentioned, there was a battle of crude thefts that was actually be able to take some crude. So that's the reason why such vessel could not be able to take the right international channel, and then before it was
right, so he had to detour because he had some illegal
theft is done. It was a good theft.
When you take shortcuts, you are caught short.
Okay, let's see if we have another story on
this. So the man that does Lord's work, Dangote unveils 1 trillion. Please, can I take my time and explain this, why he does Lord's work? Dangote unveils 1 trillion naira scholarship scheme for 1.3 million students. Elizabeth, please. Does this do the Lord's work or not?
End
of story.
No, it is.
No one is arguing with. Has anyone ever argued on this show with you that it does the Lord's work?
Please read that also in the Business Day. And one of the story about Dangote. But apart from that, in fact, I think he has launched the refinery as an IPO. Right. A lot of investors have been attracted with dollars. It's a good opportunity right now. The best investment right now is going to buy into the shares of the refinery. He's launching that next Monday. He's going to come to the stock of Nigerian Stock Exchange, and he's attracting you with dollar investment, dollar interest. Yes, I'm sure you read that here.
Yes,
so just like apart from this scholarship that's actually given to Nigerian,
you're just adding to
what
the Lord's work he's doing.
Can this scholarship also cut across to some certain people who want to do their PhD and other things. Can we?
If you want to look at the breakouts,
can you canvas? I know that he's spokesperson. Can you canvas?
You should be a spokesperson.
Of course, you have lots of work. You bring mouthpiece of that.
Please, if you're listening, please, I'm saying
extend it to PhD.
Open for what till the
open for the next paper, please.
Okay, open for the next paper. Okay, very quickly on the front page of the Punch this morning.
Right.
Insecurity. Federal government approves 94,000 new enlistments. This is on page 2 of the Punch this morning. Police set to take 50,000. Ministry fast tracks 30,000 paramilitary enlistment. Army eyes 14,000 fresh soldiers. Experts weigh in. Page 19 says local refining boom slashes petrol imports by 6 trillion naira. On page 29, it says Nigeria killings. United States officials prepare high-level briefing for Trump. On page 28 of the papers, EFCC arraigns ex-Labour Minister Ngige today. That one broke yesterday.
Wow.
Page 7 says LP rules out automatic ticket for Obi. Wow. And speaking of the ambassadorial list, Oshiomhole Ndume lock arms over Omokri's nomination. And when we're talking about insecurity in Lagos State, investment in surveillance paying off. One is from Governor Sanwo-Olu on page 6 of the Punch this morning. On page 29, South governors, PDP mourned Bayelsa deputy governor's death. Indeed, very sad. Page 29, ex-AGF Malami spends 4th night with EFCC. Interesting. On page 29, finally, Oyinlola blames Tinubu for PDP crisis. Well, that's as much as we can take this morning. Let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day on the Business Day paper this morning and see what our cartoonists have for us. Well, that's someone we know and is breaking out of a wall and says Nigeria Security Post. And then
BAT Rescue Services? Is that BAT?
Yes, BAT,
yes.
Rescue Services.
What's
Your
that?
children are
safe with us.
Safe with us. Okay.
If you are with
us.
Okay.
And then he is holding on to the second term child, which means that if this child lets go, the child won't be safe.
Of course. Okay.
And that's why it says your children are safe with us, which means that the children
are safe with us, so they can give us second term. I mean, maybe they still weave it in the narrative of the second term, which is the ambition. But that's quite good and that's quite innovative as well.
Yes.
I mean, but ensure that the government past definitely will try to do everything to ensure that you preserve the second term and anything that will be able to touch that. The government wanted to do everything to ensure that they should always be good books of Nigeria. So that is amazing, and that's so BAT Rescue Services. And that's why we could see, a lot of rescues that's actually coming in, of the affected. Even though we still have pocket of cases, there was one that we were talking about yesterday. They were demanding, it was not 200 million. Along, it was going to Abuja from Ondo State.
Here and there. I'm sure there'll be another one today. This is not me being.
People have turned it into a serious business, a money spinning venture for themselves. But at the same time, you read that in point, for example, 94,000 more security personnel are to be employed.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Beef up, of course, security. But I know that, as I said, I told you Valentine and Deb here last week. By the end of this month, we will be able to see a very marked improvement in our security. I can tell you that.
Yeah, we'll keep our fingers crossed and hope that really happens. But let's leave it there this morning on the newspaper review segment, right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Business Morning with Deborah Eze. Do stay with us.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Information is everywhere, but insights That is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? for premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable layout, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
And you're welcome to the Business Morning segment on The Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. We're live from Lagos, the nation's commercial capital, bringing you the latest insights into the stories that matter for business and economy. I am Deborah Eze, and it's great to have you with us. Now let's begin with the top news stories making the round in the world of business. President of Dangote Group, Aliko, has announced plans to introduce an unprecedented dividend structure for its $20 billion oil refinery when it lists on the Nigerian exchange next year, allowing shareholders to earn returns in US dollars despite purchasing shares in Naira. Dangote announced this arrangement during an address in Nigeria's commercial capital on Thursday, saying the company is collaborating with the NGX and the Securities and Exchange Commission to finalize the framework ahead of the 2026 initial public offering. According to Dangote, the dollar-denominated payout will be supported by $6.4 billion in anticipated revenue from petrochemical exports, particularly polypropylene and fertilizers. The announcement reportedly forms part of a broader growth strategy that sees the Dangote Group projecting revenues of $100 billion by 2030, up from the current $18 billion. And moving on, the House of Representatives has called on the federal government to cut aviation taxes by half and reduce airport charges to make the cost of flights more affordable for Nigerians during the festive period. Lawmakers raised these concerns during a plenary on Thursday over the skyrocketing cost of domestic air travel. The Green Chamber passed a resolution following the adoption of a motion sponsored by Obi Agwocha, a Labour Party lawmaker. Agwocha drew attention to what he described as exorbitant airfares that have placed a heavy burden on families hoping to reunite during the festive period. The lawmaker acknowledged the pressures facing airline operators from high aviation fuel prices to currency volatility, but said pricing decision must reflect broader national implications, urging that the pursuit of profits should not come at the expense of cultural bonds that define us as Nigerians. And still on, the House of Representatives has passed for second reading a bill seeking to amend the Central Bank of Nigeria Act in order to boost oversight, transparency, and governance at the Apex Bank. The bill, titled A Bill for an Act to Amend the Central Bank of Nigeria Act 1991 to allow for proper day-to-day operations, professional oversight, and enhanced checks and balances, and for other matters connected thereto 2025, was co-sponsored by Julius Ihobere, the House Leader, and Jesse Onokalausi from Lagos, and scaled second reading during plenary on Thursday. Leading debates on the bill, Onokalausi cited governance lapses, FX distortion, poor policy communication, and weak oversight mechanism as some of the issues the bill seeks to address. The lawmaker explained that a key objective of the bill is to restore sound corporate governance, noting that while the governor manages day-to-day operations, the board provides oversight to ensure institutional balance. And to end the news, Kenya has displaced Nigeria as Africa's fastest growing private sector economy as businesses conditions in the East African nation strengthened far more rapidly in November than in West Africa's largest market. The development marks the first clear shift in regional momentum this year, raising questions about the durability of Nigeria's recovery as it heads into 2026. According to reports, Kenya's surge to 55.0 in November is its highest reading in 5 years, surpassing Nigeria, which recorded a PMI of 53.6, and Uganda, which posted a PMI of 53.8. A reading above 50 reportedly signals an improvement in private sector conditions, while figures below the threshold indicate deterioration. Economists say the new rankings should serve as a wake-up call for Nigerian policymakers, given the country's long-held status as a bellwether for non-oil private sector performance on the continent. And still to come after the break, from local code to global scale, what makes the difference between local companies and global brands? Just stay with us. Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation this morning. Today, we're examining a critical conversation in Africa's fast-growing tech landscape. What truly separates local tech firms from global technology brands? While many local companies build impressive products, only a few succeed in scaling beyond their immediate market. To unpack this, we're joined by Ayodeji Stephen Saliu. He's a software engineer based in Lagos whose experience spans product development, system design, and engineering for growth. It will help us understand the technical, strategic, and operational shifts required for African-built product to compete on the global stage. Good morning, Ayodeji. It's good to have you on Business Morning.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right. Let's now begin with the foundation and foundation and the perspective. Many local startups, they build strong products, but eventually struggle to scale globally. So from your experience, what's the biggest gap between local engineering practices and those of global brands?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. For me, the biggest gap has always been the maturity and discipline gap. Right? Trust me, in Nigeria, we have a lot of talents, a lot of developers, engineers that can build applications in a split second, and they will build very quality applications. However, the maturity and discipline gap is what we are still struggling with. Local companies in Nigeria, for example, they operate in the rush mode. They want to ship applications fast. They want to build applications, quickly, get the market quickly, and patch later. So what happens now is that issues tend to happen in, after like few weeks after deployment. For example, global teams, for example, they prioritize processes, right? They are big on processes. They are big on testing and documentation. But compared to our local companies, what they want is just the money. What they want is just the customers. They don't prioritize things around processes and architecture. So this is one of the biggest gaps that we have in our local companies.
When you look at leading global tech companies, what core principles stand out in the way they approach product development?
Yeah, thank you. What stands out is user obsession. Most global companies, they are obsessed with their users. They want to build applications that target their users, right? They want to build applications that solve those pain points of users. However, compared to our local company, what we want to build is just probably an application that is empowered by a CEO. So what they do is to build an application based on the leadership intuition. They don't build application that actually meets the user's needs. In global global stages, what happens is that they build applications that are data-led, in the sense that they build applications that is inspired based on their research on data, based on their research with their users, and they tend to build that up to tailor it towards their user needs. So, and also another thing that they do for global tech companies is that they build to scale. They build in a way that they can scale the app in a very short period of time. compared to our local companies where they just build for the market. They don't build to scale. That's why after a month or two, or after they have moved past the MVP stage, you see things around the app now slowing down. After there are many users onboarded on the app begins to slow down. There are now issues going back and forth when they have millions of users. So one of the core principles that I always say is that they should use our obsession. You should be obsessed on your user. Build what the user wants. Not just build what you think. Build according to what your user wants. Yeah, that's it.
Move our focus to technology and engineering practices. So how important are engineering standards such as code quality, system architecture, and documentation in determining whether a product can scale?
Yeah, the place of system architecture, the place of code quality cannot be overemphasized, trust me, because when you build application, you ensure that a good example is, when you build an application where the architecture is just like the popular saying that says, when you build a house on a rock, the foundation, when you build a house on a strong foundation, it's going to last the test of time. But when you build your house on sand, of course, in no time, it's going to be destroyed, something like that. So what I'm saying is that code quality is very important, because even though now that you have the customers, now that you have the users, if you don't have the right architecture, trust me, in no time, the application is going to go down. That's why we have had cases of many startups in the past that probably had the numbers, that had all the entire internet buzz and all that, and in few weeks, in few months, it all went down because the code quality is not great. As soon as it gets tested with high traffic. So what I encourage people out there to do, or tech startups to always do, is to ensure that they do the proper testing, carry out load tests, carry out performance tests on your application before going ahead, to send it to the general public. Clean code is also very, very important, because when you have new developers joining your team, if your code is not clean, what happens now is that you spend more time to onboard them, you spend more time, more resources on trying to familiarize them with the application, and it eventually delays and even crumble the application. So I encourage startups to invest on documentation and to invest on the proper architecture before setting out the application to the public. Yeah, that's it.
And into larger market.
Yes. So what the common mistakes that I feel that people, local companies make is that some of these applications, they don't take them through testing, right? They don't take them through the testing phase. There are companies out there whose job is to run automated testing on your application. So what they do is they build the application. They don't take the application through proper testing. They build applications that in companies, and that thing that happens is also they rely on a single person. There's always a single man risk. More than 40% of companies in Nigeria always have this issue of having an hero engineer that knows the entire application, that knows how the nitty-gritty of the application. But after they resign, what happens? Right? The application begins to struggle, the company begins to struggle, because the person that has the entire knowledge base has left the company. That's why the common mistake that they make as tech startup in Nigeria is that there's always an over-reliance on a single man in the company. And that mistake that they make is that there is minimal to no automated testing. Automated testing is something that a lot of companies in Nigeria do not invest in, and I still wonder why. So I encourage developers, I encourage companies to invest a lot in automated testing and to invest a lot in CI/CD, that is continuous integration and continuous deployment, so that as they build the application, they get it straight to their customer in a very little time period. That's it.
All right. Global tech companies, they invest heavily in engineering culture. So what specific cultural shift do you think local teams need to embrace to compete internationally?
Exactly. Thank you very much. So one of the common trend in local companies is that what they prioritize is just speed. You just want to get the money. You just want to get into the market. What I encourage, the culture shift I encourage for companies like this, it's not just prioritize discipline, speed. Also prioritize discipline. That is, as you are building for the market, also try to put in processes that will help your product. Also, another thing that I also encourage is I encourage ownership. Own the product. Let your engineers own the product end to end. What we have mostly these days are just coders. those are they just build the application. They don't even own the product. So some people don't even know how the application works. There are people right now in some companies that probably are in payment company that does not even know what engine their payment infrastructure runs on. So I encourage ownership. Try to normalize ownership in your company, and that thing is also code review, documentation, and all those things, right? Imagine a situation whereby I let's say I wrote a code 5 years ago and it was not properly reviewed. Trust me, there's something we call technical debt. The technical debt will still come back, it will still come back to to be a problem for the company. That's why and that culture a tech company should always encourage is code reviews, is documentation, and also invest in learning. A lot of companies in Nigeria always want the best hands. They don't want to invest in training their young ones. That's why that's why the churn rate of developers has increased. There was a joke online that was encouraging HR personnel on this time on the menace of this resignation that happens to developers at this point of the year. So that's why a lot of companies is now poaching developers and all those things. And the reason why those things happen is because companies don't invest in training their engineers, in making them learn new trends, so that in that way they will feel invested in the company. So companies should not see training like luxury. They shouldn't see it as doing too much for the developers, but try to do this so that they can, assure of so that they can be sure of their presence and to show their commitment to the company. And that last one I'll also say is open communication. Allow an open door policy where developers can come together to brainstorm, talk to managers, talk to senior engineers, and get the work done. So that's a very good cultural shift that I would advise for our local companies in Nigeria.
So how does cross-functional collaboration between engineering, product, and also business affect scalability? And this is still on talent and team structure. So how do you think this cross-functional collaboration between engineering, product, and businesses affects the scalability?
Yeah, to a very large extent, it affects it affects production. It affects it affects the team energy. So what I mean is that, for example, what happens a lot is that we have users demanding for a particular module on an application. So what happens is that the owners of the product, come to the developers and just give unrealistic timelines to developers. That's why you see developers complaining of burning out after a while. You see developers, you see testers complaining because they have a very short time span to develop applications. I've worked in companies where they build application in a week, in 2 weeks. I mean, these are applications that normally should be built in like 4 or 5 months. So what the product owners does is to make these developers, make these guys work extra hours just to meet this target. However, if we have a cross-functional team, what happens is that the product owners, the developers, the engineers will be in a meeting, which they also always call sprint planning, to plan the entire application, to plan the entire lifespan. That way, even when the product owner is giving a realistic timeline, developers can quickly talk, tell them how they feel, tell them what they think about the business. What happens a lot in our companies in Nigeria is that there is just a CEO standing somewhere dictating the rules for developers. He can just call any unrealistic timeline, and developers now begin to have burnout and all that. So having a cross-functional team would really help the team, because the engineers will know the length and breadth of the application. The product owners can give more realistic timelines, and it can also reduce misunderstanding. Trust me, when in companies in Nigeria, when the CEO gives any timeline, you have to just follow through, because you don't even know your CEO. Some people have never met their CEOs and all that before. So what happens in a cross-functional organization is that CEOs have the opportunity to meet developers. Developers can meet product owners. That way, they can give more realistic timeline and they can build more efficient products.
So let's look at infrastructure tools and investment. Scaling often requires stronger infrastructure, if we do say so. So what tools or platform or even processes do global brands adopt that local companies typically overlook?
Yeah, thank you. So there are a lot of tools, there are a lot of applications, a lot of resources that tech companies can leverage, especially in a country like ours, Nigeria. And a good example of that is CI/CD. We have I for one, I'm an Azure DevOps expert. One of the things we can leverage is CI/CD pipelines, just to make our deployment more seamless. What happens a lot in some companies these days in Nigeria is that they still do the manual deployment, which take time, and it's even error prone, because it's like you copying over files from one server to another server. That takes time, and it's also error prone. However, with the advent of CI/CD platforms like Azure, Microsoft Azure, like Google GCP, right? It has made automated testing, it has made deployment way faster. So I encourage that. And that thing that I also encourage is monitoring tools. Observability is always very important. So applications like Datadog, Sentry, Grafana, ELK, those are the applications that can help you to improve on your observability and your monitoring. It is also very important. And that very important thing also is documentation. A lot of applications today in Nigeria don't have documentations. They don't even know how to log. Some applications don't even know how to log into the application. They don't even know how to carry out any task on the application. That's why, because there is no proper documentation. So that's for documentation. There are a lot of applications out there like Confluence, Notion, a lot of wikis that can be used, for proper documentation. And that thing is also to build with scalability in mind. So that's why we have things like infrastructure as code, Terraform. You can also build, there's also containers you can build in containers. Benefit of these containers is that when you build an application anywhere in the world, when you take those containers to anywhere in the world, it works. So when you build your app in Nigeria and you take the same app to the UK and you use it, it still works, all because of the fact that those apps are containerized, right? So things you can use for these things includes Docker, Kubernetes, and all that. So I encourage, like I said, for CI/CD, Azure, Google GCP, they are a very good example of CI/CD platform that can be used. For infrastructure as code, we have Terraform. For containerization, we have Docker, we have Kubernetes and all that. Then for monitoring, for observability, we have Datadog, we have Sentry, we have Grafana, we have ELK, we have a lot of other trending applications out there. So I encourage more local companies to pay attention to CI/CD platforms than doing manual deployment on a single server, as they currently do in a lot of applications in a whole lot of companies here in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, Sayodeji, finally, because we're pressed with time, what advice would you give young software engineers who dream of building products used around the world?
Thank you very much. And what I would say is that for a young African software engineer out there, right? One of the things I would just say is master the fundamentals very well. Master system design, write clean codes. Don't just learn in a rush. Don't just rush to know it all in a day. No, master the fundamentals properly, and also build real projects. Don't just feel because you have done a particular course on Udemy or on Pluralsight, then you are good to go. No, try to invest on real projects, right? And also contribute to open source. Go on. A lot of engineers currently in Microsoft and Google, were sourced from Git. So what I'm saying is that go online, or contribute to open source code. Try to also stay curious, learn the trends, learn front end, learn the back end, learn DevOps. Try to learn things that will make your work easier and smoother. I also advise engineers to not just focus on development. They should also focus on ops too. That's the DevOps. Focus on how your application is deployed and how it's getting to your customers. So believe me, for you to get to the global stage, you must try to ensure that you inculcate the global discipline, so that when you get to places like Google, you will not struggle, right? So my advice to them is to ensure that, one, master the fundamentals, build real projects, contribute to open source, and put yourself out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time on the Business Morning Show. Ayodeji Stephen Saliu is a software engineer right here in Lagos. Thank you so much for coming on the Business Morning Show.
Thank you very much.
And still to come after the break, opportunities for women in the field of game development. Why women should venture into game development? Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our second conversation for today. The global gaming industry is expanding faster than ever. And when it comes to an increasing demand for diverse voices, skills, and perspective, yet women remain underrepresented in many areas of game development, from programming and design to leadership roles. Today, we explore why more women should consider venturing into this exciting field, the unique value they bring, and the opportunities that exist for them to thrive. Our guests will help us understand the changing landscape of game development, the inclusive spaces being built, and the ways women can step confidently into the dynamic industry. To help us unpack this is Rufus. Good morning, Rufus. It's good to have you on the Business Morning Show.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's now go straight into it. Why do you believe it's important for more women to explore careers in game development?
Well, I believe in every workspace, women bring a special touch to the productivity of the workplace. In a workplace where you can cite productivity, you will see there is a little bit of impact of women. So this is because women have a special touch in to productivity, and they help manage tasks and communicate ideas clearly. Than, I will not say than men, but obviously women are very good at communicating, and it is also connected to the level of, will I say, emotional depth or emotional intelligence, because they can bring that into game development and kind of create games that would spark emotions, or let me say that players will feel more emotionally connected to. And I would say currently I'm an independent game developer, and I use tools like Unreal Game Engine. So what is Unreal Game Engine? Unreal Game Engine is a game development tool whereby you use visual scripting, meaning you connect nodes to create game development. You don't in the world we live in, we don't necessarily have to write a single line of code to create games. And let me digress a bit. We're in the world of AI. AI makes learning very easy and quickly because AI will simplify the process of learning. It will break it down for you and you can learn very quickly. So I'll say we are in a world whereby there is no excuse for women to come into the landscape because the landscape or the terrain is different now. It's easier to learn, you don't have to code, and there are so many other ways you can learn and come into this space.
All right, so what unique perspective do women bring to storytelling, design, and also gameplay?
I'll say, first of all, women have a very strong eye for good things and visual arts. And this is why we see women thriving in fashion, beauty. So naturally, women are very good with colors. So now, if you bring that into game development, you would, in game development, we have several roles, including user interface designer, SFX, that's sound effects, VFX. We have 3D modeling, animation. We have the game art itself. So when I talk about the game art involves the models, the colors, the texture, the materials. So when we bring women into that space, imagine bringing someone that is good with visuals and colors and can combine these colors effectively into great visuals. So when it comes to visual appeal of a game, women they have a major role to play because women, we might overlook or we might have an oversight with colors. So you need to be an expert, and I mean, it's going to come naturally to women because naturally they are good with colors and all that.
All right, so how has the representation of women in the gaming industry changed over the past decade? Because if we do say so, it is a male-dominated field. So how has it changed over, in the past decade?
I'll say it used to be, let me say a decade ago, it used to be about 10%. But now the space has changed because even when you look at the likes of software development and software engineer, a lot of women are in that space now. And same as game development, a lot of women are in the space now because they find it easier to come into the space. They find it easier to collaborate, learn, pick up a tool. Okay, for example, for game art, you have Blender. Blender is a 3D modeling tool. Blender has evolved over time and they have simplified their interface to make it easy for anybody to learn 3D modeling. So if you're coming in the aspect of or as a 3D modeling artist, as a woman, you can learn it so you can pick up a tool easier compared to the way it was before. I'll say now it's about 20 to 25% compared to what it used to be. Let me say there used to be 1 out of 10 women in a traditional game space or game environment, but now it's about 2 to 3 or 4, which is a great increment over time.
All right, so what are some common misconceptions that discourage young women from pursuing game development?
This is a very interesting question because a lot of people, or let me say women, think I need to learn how to code. When I began my game development journey, I used C#, and C# is, I will not say is a very easy language to learn, but it's a very interesting language because when you begin to unravel, you begin to get to the interesting parts, then you begin to see a lot more things you can do with C#. But in the long run, Unreal Game Engine has made it easy for people to learn game development because you don't even need to code. You only need visual scripting. And visual scripting use a method where you connect nodes to carry out functions, to create systems and carry out commands. So this this misconception is more of like, let me say, outdated. Today, you can learn how to make games without coding. You don't need to be a master coder. You don't need to learn code for years. So, thank you.
All right, can you highlight the major roles within game development where women are making the most impact?
All right. This is also a very interesting question because women are making impacts in storytelling. Like I said, women are they have emotional depth, and that emotional depth helps them communicate ideas or communicate stories compared to the way a man would. So I will also talk about game art, including UI, UX, user interface design. It could be sculpturing or like 3D modeling. So these roles I've listed are roles where women are making the most impact.
All right, so let's now talk about some of the challenges that women face sometimes in tech or in the gaming space, and how can the industry create more supportive environment?
I would say the most common challenge is isolation and lack of mentorship. What do I mean by lack of mentorship? A number of times, when we try to learn a new skill, the best way to learn sometimes is to learn from somebody who has done it before, somebody who can allow you or help you navigate the process without that will allow you learn in a faster way. And another one I would say is isolation. Isolation is when you're unable to get help. I can remember in my early days of learning game development, I got stuck so many times and I had to seek help from people in my community. If the community was not available to me to seek help, I might not be where I am today. So I would say you should try to join a community where you have like minds and people on the same mission or the same roadmap as you are, whereby they're able to give you advice, they're able to give you support when you're stuck. Because I can't lie, game development can be very funny and can be hard sometimes, but there's nothing hard. So I'll say mentorship, isolation, and women also face bias. So they say because you're a woman, you can't do this. No, anybody can do anything.
So are there specific programs, scholarship, or communities designed to actually help women break into, the game development?
All right, so groups like Women in Game, Girls Who Code, and there are also other communities. For example, for me, I joined a community on Meetup. So there's an app. And on this app, you can see communities around you. So you can begin to interact to people in that community. On LinkedIn as well, LinkedIn is a very strong tool to meet people. I cannot count the number of people I've connected with, and we've collaborated on LinkedIn. We've talked on different topics about game development. So yeah, networking is very important.
So how do you think schools and also parents can better encourage girls who show interest in games or tech to explore this field?
So I would say the best way to go about this is to create an environment for them to learn. What do I mean, an environment for them to learn? You provide the right tools and you provide the right materials to learn, or let me just use the word resources to learn. Tools like Unreal Game Engine, like I said before, if you're starting in game development, I will always recommend tools like that because there are already videos out there. There are courses you can buy on platforms like Udemy that will enable you to learn. And there are also projects you can work on. The best way to learn a new skill is to create projects using tools. If you can create, the more projects you create, the more projects you'll have in your catalog. And you continue to build your catalog, or let me say your archive. From there, you can pick up an existing template and create mods. So basically, I think I'm digressing a bit, but I'll say the best way to help people develop the skills is to create an enabling environment where they can learn and provide the best resources.
All right, so what advice would you give to a young woman who wants to start learning game design or coding but feels intimidated?
I'll say the best way is to build confidence. I know it can be tough, especially when you don't know where to start from, but I would say everybody starts from a ground zero. Start from zero, go online, learn the fundamentals and the basics, because the fundamentals would take you a long way. Don't just go straight into, oh, I want to create a project. When you know the fundamentals, it's going to play a role, a long and a very effective, it's going to make a very effective impact on your journey as a game developer. After learning the fundamentals, then you begin to create a project, or maybe you can pick up a tutorial that would enable you create a project. And I cannot overemphasize on joining a community, because joining a community would equip you with the right support. So I would say build confidence, experiment at your own pace, and use tools like Unreal Game Engine.
All right. So looking forward, what opportunities do you think will open up for women as gaming technology? And I'm talking about things like VR, AR, and also AI, as it continues to evolve?
Or I would say VR, AR, and AI are new fields, and these new fields also help women grow in the game industry. So basically, like I've been saying before, Unreal Game Engine is widely used for immersive experiences, and Blueprint allows rapid ideas to be tested. So AR is augmented reality. It works well in Unreal Engine as well. AI is as well. There are so many game engines out there, but I'm recommending this engine because it works well with a lot of things. VR, AR, AI as well, all implemented into the engine. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for your time on Business Morning Show. Rufus Oyegbile Oluwabukumi is a software developer specializing in game development. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
And that's been our focus today on Business Morning. We looked at from local code to global scale, what makes the difference between local companies and global brands, and also opportunities for women in the field of game development, why women should venture into game development. And the Breakfast Show continues with a big story after this break with Elizabeth Musa. I am Deborah Eze. Do stay tuned.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now. Dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BZB Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected terms.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. the hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, This is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching like things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player?
You're still watching the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is Big Story. Today, Nigeria is stepping into a tougher tax regime. The new Nigerian Tax Act, taking full effect on January 1st, 2026, comes with heavy penalties, tech-driven monitoring, and strict enforcement for individuals, businesses, and corporate bodies. From multi-million naira fines to imprisonment for certain offenses, the message is clear. Tax compliance is entering a new era. Well, to help us break this down and so much more, we're joined by Monwan Edwin Awajigbana, is a legal practitioner and tax consultant. Welcome to the show, Edwin.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you here this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So tell us, as a legal practitioner and tax consultant, what actually stands out to you the most about this new act? Why is Nigeria actually choosing this direction now?
So I think, right, what stands out for me in the new act is the idea behind the act, the ideology or the reason behind the act, right? Because it's long overdue. The tax reform for Nigeria is long overdue, right? And never in the history of this country have we had an opportunity to have all the taxes in a single document. So the tax reform provides an advantage for us or gives us the opportunity to have all of these documents, all of these taxes, various taxes in a single document. The unification and harmonization for business efficiency and business purposes, right? Because prior to this time, for people in different sectors or businesses in different sectors, if you want to pay certain taxes, you consult different tax legislations, right? If I want to pay stamp duties, I go to the stamp duties to check how much is this? How much am I supposed to pay? If it's VAT, you go to the value added tax act. How much is this? How much am I supposed to pay? what are the obligations for the taxpayers? And then you get to like read all of the tax laws and all of that. But now, what we have is a single document known as the Nigerian Tax Act that now harmonizes all of those taxes from companies income tax to value added tax to stamp duties to development levy to specialized businesses, and everything. Now you find it in a single tax document, which is the Nigerian Tax Act. And also for the procedures for registrations and all of procedures for registrations, the taxes to be filed, the due dates, all of those ones are now contained in a single document as well, known as the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So for me, I think it's a welcome development.
Right. And when we look at, okay, carry on.
So I said, I think it's a welcome development. Thank you so much.
Right. And when we look at some of the penalties that are extremely steep, if you ask me, we're talking about from 10 million naira fines to 10-year imprisonment for injuring or assaulting tax officers. Do you see this as a necessary deterrent, or is this an overcorrection, if you like?
So I think it's not an overreaction, right? And I'm going to explain. When there's a punishment provision or a penalty provision in any law, we're not saying that it is for everybody. We're saying this penalty is just for the defaulters. And one of the quotes that stands out for me is the one made by Oliver Wendell Holmes. It's a jurist who said that penalties, it's a visitation of evil to only those who will default. So as long as you do not default, as long as you file your taxes your returns timeously, as long as you do everything that you're supposed to do on your own part, the penalty is not for you. So I don't think we should concern ourselves with the penalties. I think what we should concern ourselves about is the aspect of the law that talks about our obligation. The obligation is registration for tax ID, registration for value-added tax, filing of value-added tax, filing of CIT, filing of the various taxes that we subscribe. And we are good. As long as you file those things timeously, you shouldn't concern yourself with the penalties. The penalties only come when you default. Thank you so much.
Let's talk about regulating digital assets. Virtual asset service providers, they are now facing heavy fines for non-compliance, including license suspension. What does this actually signal about Nigeria's seriousness towards regulating this digital asset?
So for virtual asset, I think it's a welcome development. Now, just work with me. 5 years ago, we were in the kind of scenario where digital asset, trading of digital asset and all of that were prohibited, especially by the CBN, right? So if you do certain transactions and then they trace it to digital asset like crypto and the rest of them, they place a lien on your account, right? So it wasn't a thing at all, right? It was prohibited. So people who even get the opportunity to do that under the radar. Now, not until 2023 when the Finance Act reform came, and then I think Section 3 of the Finance Act 2023 mentioned the inclusion of digital assets like cryptos and other digital assets as chargeable, as chargeable duties and all of that, right? Now, in 2025, what the government is saying is, we are not saying hide and do what you're doing. Come out openly. Do it. Run it as a company if you want to run it as a company. Run it as an individual if you want to run it as an individual. But for you to venture into all of these things, you must ensure that you have the necessary licenses. Now, there are two agencies responsible for that. In 2026, we'll have the NRS, right? And which is the Nigerian Revenue Service, and the Securities Exchange Commissions, right? So for filing, the NRS handles that. For you to get the license to operate, you go to the Security Exchange Commission to get the requisite license for you to operate. So as long as you can do all of these things, you can abide by the rules, come out openly and play. It's a fair market. It's a fair market. Come out openly and play. And as you're playing, also know that you have a responsibility to contribute to the well-being of the state by paying your taxes. Pay your taxes, do your business, and the government will not come after you as long as you pay your taxes, right? And also for the issue of license revocation or suspension, they're not saying they will suspend your license immediately. The government does not do that. What the government will do is, in situations where even those things arise, suspension of license arise, what the government will do is, they'll first of all send you notice. The agency involved will send you a notification to remind you that this is what you're supposed to do. You've not done what you're supposed to do, right? It then behoves on you and in the manner of your response, right? If you respond timeously to all of those notices, you're good. And then you do what you're supposed to do, you're good. But if you do not respond timeously or you ignore them, you're like, okay, what are these people even talking about, right? You just ignore them. You play it under the radar, you play it under the carpet. At the end of the day, the license will be suspended. So that's it. Thank you so much.
One of the big shifts is the emphasis on digital tax systems and fiscalization. Speaking from your own experience working with businesses, how ready would you say Nigeria is for a tech-driven tax ecosystem?
So I think for that, we are a developing country, and 2026 will afford us the opportunity to do a lot of testing with respect to that. But I think for now, we are good to go. For instance, I think since last year till now, right, a lot of companies are, they have to like do away with filing manually. They file electronically now. There's a platform called the Tax Pro Max, where you go and then you file your taxes. So go and file your taxes there and all of that. We are no longer filing manually again. Now, I think one of the introductions that the new tax act has done with respect to the digital filing, it's the fiscalization of VAT. Now, the fiscalization of VAT is not going to kick off immediately, because what the law says with respect to that is that the NROS, Nigeria Revenue Service, right, will issue a circular on how the operation of that is going to go, right? So it is not that companies or businesses should be scared of it. There is something that is already ongoing. Like I mentioned, the Tax Pro Max, right? People now file online. You don't file manually. Now for the fiscalization, what this means is, when the government requires you, you know, the law says that if you want to issue an invoice, right, the invoice should be inclusive of VAT, right? Now, so if you're issuing that invoice, what fiscalization will do for you is a copy of it will go to the government. A copy of it will go to your clients if you're using it for the fiscalization, right? Now, what that will do is that when they remit those taxes, the government sees that, okay, they remit those taxes. When you're filing your return for VAT, the government sees that, okay, tracks that, okay, this particular engagement that VAT was paid has been uploaded, has been filed, the returns have been filed and all of that, the schedules have been filed, right? So it is not about you, the business owner. It is about the fact that you need to comply to what the law is saying. And this is for ease of businesses. I think it's for ease of businesses, because if we actually want to go to where if we actually want to achieve the future we'll be talking about as a nation, right? I think fiscalization and the digital filing introduced by the Nigerian Tax Act or the tax reform is a good thing. Thank you.
Right, and we also see that the Act has introduced clear penalties for failing to register, to file VAT returns or keep proper books. Do you see this as, you know, significantly improving compliance, or are we likely to see some pushback from some of the smaller businesses that we have?
Okay, so I think the issue of registration, filing of VATs, and those are not new issues. They've been in the VAT value-added tax acts. They've been in other tax laws prior to this time, right? But I think this, and then the Committee on Tax and Fiscal Policy, they've been doing a good work, a great job at that, right? We must give it to them because what they've done so far, they've been able to educate Nigerians on the need for them to file taxes, on the need for them to register, on the need for them to file their returns and all of that. And as we speak now, if you go to any of the various FROS offices, the MSTOs, right, what you see is that a whole lot of Nigerians are going to those offices. For those who have not registered, they are going to register. For those who are not doing what they are supposed to do, they are going there to ask more questions to see how they can be able to do what they are supposed to do, right? Like I said earlier on, the reason behind this tax law is not to punish Nigerians. It's just to ease the way we do business, the way filing is being done, right? And a whole lot of other things, but not to punish Nigeria. And trust me, with the way things are going and with the way the committee is pushing this, right, by 2026, I know that a lot of businesses will comply. A lot of businesses will comply with respect to their VAT filing, with respect to the CIT filing, for those of them that will file companies income tax and the rest of them. However, for small businesses, right, the law says also that small businesses are exempted from tax. And the threshold for small businesses, according to the new act, it's 100 million. So you see, in the current dispensation, what we have is 25 million. But in the new act, what we'll have from 2026 is 100 million. So from 0 to 100 million, you're a small business. And small businesses do not have any obligation for value-added tax returns. They do not. It's only when you cross over the threshold of 100 million that the responsibility now builds on you to deduct, to file when you're supposed to file, and all of that. Thank you.
I'm just going to come now and talk. You've spoken about small businesses themselves, but could you tell us what the option is, for taxpayers upon receipt of a demand of notice? What are the implications for failure to utilize those options? Firstly, tell us what the options are for taxpayers when they, if they receive a demand of notice, and also tell us the implications for failure to utilize these options.
Sorry, come again. I think that was the past.
What's the option that's available for taxpayers upon a demand, a receipt of a demand of notice?
Okay. So the option available to taxpayers upon the receipt of a demand notice, our laws are built on two pillars of natural justice, right? And one of those pillars is fair hearing. So the tax authority will not take an action without hearing you fairly. A demand notice is not the finality of the fact that, okay, you've not paid, you must pay us now. A demand notice is just like a notice or an awareness issued by the service to business owners, to companies, to say that, okay, you've not paid your taxes for so year. Why have you not paid your taxes? These are your tax liability, right? And then you on your own part as the business owner, what is open to you now is to respond to them. So if you've paid your taxes for those years, you write back to them telling them that you've paid your taxes. If you've not paid your taxes for those years, you also write back to them to say that, okay, I've not paid, but this and this and this and this is what I'm owing. These are the tax heads I'm owing. And then if you want to pay, you pay. But the mistake most business owners make is they receive a demand notice, they receive a demand notice, and the next thing they do is they just allow the demand notice to expire. Let's say you have 30 days or you have 14 days to respond, right? If you respond within 14 days, you're good. You have a right to objection according to the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. If you don't respond within the time you're supposed to respond, what then happens is that demand notice becomes final and conclusive. It becomes the tax that you're owing, right? But if you object to the demand notice, what then happens is there is now room for reconciliation. You go, you reconcile, right? You reconcile for those taxes. And if you fail to reconcile, they now issue you another letter. The second letter they issue in most cases is the notice of refusal to amend, right? When they realize that, okay, all of these things we've been saying in the reconciliation phase, it's not going forward. So they might issue you a notice of refusal to amend. And once they issue you that notice of refusal to amend, you have 30 days to file your notice of appeal at the tax appeal tribunal. If it's something you want to challenge, if it's something you feel like, okay, you don't want to challenge, you want to pay the taxes and move on, you pay the taxes and move on, right? But in most cases, we advise taxpayers that if you know that, okay, you've paid and the demand notice has certain things that, certain liabilities that are not supposed to be included, you object to it. So once you object to it, what happens is that they look at it again, okay, they take out this one, and then they reissue you another demand notice reflecting all of the things that you said you were owing, and then you pay that, right? So it is not like, it is not a air or high water issue where you said that, hey, you must pay, right? You must pay. So that's just it.
I like I like how you say you must pay. But let's talk about stamp duty itself, and the offenses and fraud related violations, which now carry serious fines and imprisonment. Do you see or do you expect this to actually clean up the gray areas in stamp duty administration, or do you not see that happening?
Okay, so for stamp duties, right, I think it's a good thing, right? I think the tax reform has done a lot of the reformation done by the Nigerian Tax Act or the tax reform on stamp duties is a great thing, right? Because prior to this time, I think it was the last time the stamp duties or the penalties or any of those responsibilities or liabilities for stamp duties was actually amended, right, was over 20 years ago. And that's the reason why if you go to the current stamp duties act, you're seeing penalties like 20 naira. You're seeing penalties like 30 naira, 45 naira, and the rest of them, right? You're seeing those kind of penalties. But what the tax reform has been able to do or achieve, or will be able to achieve by next year is that the penalties for not filing, the penalties for not doing what you're supposed to do, have now been increased, right? They've been increased to reflect the modern realities of what we have now. And so, like I said earlier, for businesses or for people engaged in this kind of businesses, right? We are not saying that we want to punish you. The government is not saying that the government wants to punish you. What the government is saying is that when you do transactions like this that necessitates the payment or the filing of different tax heads, you come and file your tax head. Come and do what you're supposed to do. As long as you're doing what you're supposed to do, as long as the business owners, as long as individuals are compliant, as long as everyone is compliant, the issue of penalties will not arise. And whether or not this will clear the gray areas, I think it will. Like I shared earlier on, that if you go to the different FROS office, LROS offices today, you see people queuing up, asking questions about the implementation of the tax laws and how that is going to take effect, how that is going to affect your business, because people want to be compliant. And I think with that, the federal government has achieved a huge milestone. Thank you so much.
Thank you for mentioning the provisions available, but we're also seeing stronger penalties for impersonation, penalties for aiding and abetting, penalties for obstructing tax officers. Talk to us from a legal standpoint. How will these provisions actually help these enforcement agencies further?
I think it's a good thing, but they are not new. Like I said, impersonation, for abetting, for aiding, all of those provisions are not new, right? Now, the reason is because if you look at the current tax laws, you still found those provisions. Those provisions serve as a deterrent to individuals who, in their mind, would want to impersonate the tax officials. You don't do that. We are against that. We are not a fraudulent nation. We are not a fraudulent people. We are against that, right? So why would you want to go and impersonate the tax officials? Why? The only responsibility that the government has given to you as an individual, as a business person, is register for your taxes, file your taxes, do the necessary things that you're supposed to do. I tell you for one thing, the idea of trying to impersonate to hit or abet the impersonation of tax officials, it's a very difficult one, because the kind of things that your head or your brain will be thinking, how to structure this, how to do this, it's a lot of exercise. It's a lot of exercise, and that's the reason why it is better for you not to venture into that. Impersonation, aiding, and abetting, all of these are criminal offenses, right? They are criminal offenses, and the penalties for those things, aside the fines, are terms of imprisonment. You wouldn't want to reach that. You wouldn't want to reach the terms of imprisonment for something you can just easily do. So just file your taxes, do the things that you're supposed to do, and then avoid anything that will dent your image, anything that will dent your reputation, and all of that. Thank you.
Finally, let's look ahead now to 2026. You believe this new act will actually improve Nigeria's tax culture, or do we still have some challenges whatsoever?
Okay, so for now, I think we are good to go, all right? The tax reform, basically, it's good for now, because I can't say that we have any challenges for now, except with respect to the issuance of certain circulars as mandated by the Nigerian Tax Act, right? So for now, we are good to go. The tax laws are all inclusive for everybody. The people in the informal sector, there's a provision in the tax law for them. The people in the formal sector, there's a provision for that in the tax laws for them. The people in the oil and gas, the people in the virtual assets, right, which we have forgotten before, they are now included or inclusive in the tax act. So I think it's a good thing. So we just have to wait till 2026 when the full implementation of the tax law will start. So by 2026, when the full implementation of the tax law starts, right, if there are any challenges, people will go to the court of law to challenge these provisions. And the challenging of those provisions, it's not like to cause a bad faith on what the committee has done. It is also to improve our legislation, to improve our laws, right? So I think for now, we are good to go. We are good to go. We are good to kick off. We are good to run with the tax reform in 2026. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Monwan Edwin, for joining us on The Big Story this morning. Do enjoy the rest of your day. Well, this has been The Big Story right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Up next is Social Listening. Do stay with us.
Thank you so much.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. BusinessDay Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. BusinessDay Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. This is still the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is social listening right here on the show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I'm here with Valentine. Oh, yeah. Let's dive into the conversations trending across our timelines today. A lot of things trending, but we'll see some of them. Lai Mohammed is back in the news after insisting once again that no massacre happened at the Lekki toll gate during the 2020 NSAS protest. While promoting his new book and speaking on television, he described the incident as a phantom event and said no family has ever reported a missing person tied to that night. He argued that death during NSAS happened in different states, but not at the toll gate. He also defended his criticism of CNN, saying they relied on social media information. Now, this has reopened old wounds, especially because his comments clash with the Lagos Judicial Panel report, which listed confirmed death and described the event as a massacre. The report also noted alleged attempts to hide evidence. Well, that's the story out of social media this morning. You know what's interesting, right? Real quick, before we see some of the tweets, I think that, this is something that people, have not completely healed from. They've not gotten over it. Even for people who didn't lose their own loved ones.
Right.
But do you know how traumatizing that period was? Just being in my house and hearing the gunshots and feeling unsafe. That up until today, that toll gates were not even, because obviously people fought for it. And that's, for me, I see it as what they call that thing, relics of war.
Right.
That's what I see that toll gate as now, where we're no longer having it as a toll gate. We just pass, and every time I pass by the toll gate, I remember the inside.
Flashes.
So someone coming to say that it's a phantom of our imagination when there was a report. So and he's also calling CNN information as them relying on social media information. A whole CNN that took their time to do a report detailing. We saw a detailed report. I just think that if he wants to promote his book, right, he can go ahead and promote it without having to, come on,
dwell on that sensitive part.
Start going back to open old wounds. Up until date, what's her name? DJ Switch is on asylum out of Nigeria. She can't be in Nigeria because of NSAS. Because she was literally, she did an IG live where people were dying, people were getting shot, and I was seeing blood. Instagram live. Up until date, she's on the side. So at that time, there wasn't even AI. But was she streaming? Was she streaming something fake? Do you understand? Like, this was live. You can't stream something that it was live. It wasn't created. Look, I don't even have anything. That's as much as I can say.
Well, it's so when you have narrative that you are in control of is a different thing. When you have narrative that you're not in control of is another, another different issue. Why have I said what I said? If Lai Mohammed, right, has a project coming up, there are many ways and many other narratives that you can pull, right, that will not have people throw you under the bus. Unless, of course, you're really wanting to be thrown under the bus, Now, I'll come to the issue of NSAS in full detail. But for him to have used the NSAS event as, a throwback for him, I call it throwback, I would say it was very, for me,
insensitive.
Very insensitive. Now, that's one. Now, whether or not they were actual killings, whether or not we saw dead bodies, whether or not we had, this may be on the fence now, whether or not we had that media platform giving a full detailed plan, full detailed report on what happened. Again, he should have been wise that to have said, let's just allow that to slide, not go back to that issue. He's already someone everybody knows. He has played his major role in politics, right? He was quite, influential and of course quite instrumental in some certain other ways that made sense. But to now have said this thing now, it can quickly create a narrative that will mushroom other good deeds that he did as culture and as culture and tourism, person. So why am I saying all this? Is that I think this is the lesson to be learned here. If at all he's listening, I wish he's watching. There are many other things that are going on around us that you can use as, quote and unquote, maybe a stunt to push your book. If this is what his plan is, to want to use this, I think was out of line. Having said so, to the families of those who actually said that they lost somebody, who actually said that, look, somebody left home the other day and didn't come back during the NSAS period, to those who documented it, also to that platform that actually reported all this detail, can we actually have a follow-up, yearly follow-up? Just we will have, of course, not too long ago, they had a remembrance. Can we have those platforms that actually reported that thing actually come and do a proper remembrance? I'm telling you this thing. It's important to know this thing. You see, Nigeria is a very big nation. I want to divorce my emotion from it. We're a very big nation. And these days, it so happens to be that what makes news is when it's bad news. Can they stop calling Nigeria only when it's bad news? There's some great things happening in this country. And those great things, right, are not documented. How many times do you hear on that platform, right, that's so-called carried out news? How many times do you hear them talking about, the new innovation coming up in Nigeria? This is the person even when we had Hilda Bassi and other people who actually got that Guinness Book of World Record mark in different areas, they didn't carry those news. All right, they didn't carry those information, or we did. Why? Because we want to push that narrative so people can enjoy, people can say, look, Nigeria is good for some certain things. Only when something bad, they remember us. I'm not saying we should document it. So I see where, again, I'm not rooting for Lai Mohammed, but for him to have mentioned that angle, he had never been in good terms with CNN because he did some certain things, so certain reports that he probably didn't like on him, right? So maybe he's trying to look for ways to draw them in. However, it is a big platform, and of course, a huge media, company, and of course, they won't do anything without having their facts. Having said so, the families of those who lost someone during the NSAS, we still, as case may be, still find a way in your heart to live on and be strong.
Is he expecting that every day you lose a loved one, you lose in such a tragic manner? Is he expecting that every day some people have even been put into depression? Yes, so is he expecting that every day they come out? Because he's saying that no family has come out. Really, I see every time I see tweets where young people say, one of their friend XYZ, I see remembrance every now and then. Maybe this one mentions so Paul, he was lost. Do you understand? So why would he say that? If you're not seeing it, then look for them. Why would you say, look, let's look at some of the comments on social media, because I think I'm also already getting a little bit agitated by this. Being Uzo Sike says, second-hand information indeed. For information that's in the public domain, which was captured on a live stream. Exactly, I was talking about DJ Switch. It's unfortunate that years down the line, Lai is still struggling to validate his falsehood. They say this thing about people that lie. If you lie so much, you start thinking it's the truth.
Start believing you.
I am Jabwai says, for you to have a number of policemen killed and soldiers, but refuse to mention how many peaceful protesters were killed, then you're guilty of everything you're accused of. Evil men. More reactions to this story. Chima Echefule says, this man is mocking the families of those who lost their loved ones at the Lekki Tollgate massacre during SARS. Do we have one more remark? Daniel Rega. That's my best friend. So if people died in many places during NSAS over a particular protest, isn't that a massacre? Or he needs to be educated on what a massacre means? Honestly, I think at this point we need to educate him on what a massacre means, because you can't just come out of nowhere and then say that people didn't die. People will buy your book regardless. You have a new book or whatever, and you want to talk about your book please don't come and come out of nowhere.
I think if he had used what's going on with our insecurity in the northern area as maybe a like say, an instrument to push his book, I'll probably just forgive him. Because the truth of the matter is, if I say, look, okay, there's some issue with what's going on with insecurity in that area that is not adding up, I'll just forgive him because he's no longer relevant in government now, as we speak. But to have thrown back that, do a throwback to what happened when he was actually in government, I think he was for me, it's insensitive. He should have used a different thing, or maybe he just jumped out of his mouth. By the time he knew it was out already and couldn't hold it.
That's why you need to think. They say pause before you react. Pause before you speak.
Please.
Anyway, let's move on now to more uplifting news. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala and Mo Abudu have been listed among Forbes 100 most powerful women for 2025. Okonjo-Iweala ranked 92nd, marking yet another year on this global list. Mo Abudu came in at 98th. Recognized for our influence in global media and our work with Ebony Life's international partnerships. They joined world figures like Ursula von der Leyen, Christine Lagarde, and Japan's Prime Minister Sanae Takachi. Now, this one I think is uplifting. Firstly, these are two women I look up to. These are women that have continued to blaze the trail. When I see people like this and I see them on that global stage, pushing a positive narrative, putting Nigeria on the map in a positive light. It inspires me. It tells me that I can get there too, because they definitely started from somewhere. So I admire and I respect, and today I just, everything these women have done over time, I commend it. At 40 years of age was when Mo Abudu started out Moment with Mo, which literally shot her to the spotlight. And she's 60, about 60, I think she turned 60 a year ago or so. And
she has new skills now.
That's 20 years down the line. Because I'm just saying that this is really inspiring, because we see young people giving themselves so much, trying to say, at 25 you can't do certain things, at 26 you can't do certain things, at 30 you can't do certain things, at 30 something you can't do certain things. This is someone that started at 40. Imagine if she thought, I'm too old for this now. She never started that show. We won't be having this conversation that we're having. We won't even know that a Mo Abudu existed somewhere. She will be wherever she is, doing what she's doing within a small cocoon. Yes, she might be doing well, like just doing well, but she won't, because now she's giving so many people room to fly. She's giving so many people opportunity to believe that this is done. And she's also employed so many people. Recently, she started a new show again with her daughter. Like, she just keeps doing, we were saying it just before we came. She started a podcast with her daughter, which also is interesting because it's two different generations, different perspective. It's an interesting show. So shout out to Ma Abudu and Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, who is always doing us proud on that global stage. We hope to see more women, more Nigerian women. Hope to see myself there.
Of course, most definitely.
Someday.
Well, for me, it's a great light that needs to quote unquote, radiate around the world for people to see. If you're a Nigerian out there, by the way, before I even go any further, I mentioned that some certain platforms will not carry the great things Nigerians do. This one now, my question is, have they reported it? Anyway, I don't throw that at them. It's a good thing that we can see that Nigerians around the world, and of course we here at home, are making those who are in diaspora think twice. Wait a minute, you can actually work hard, keep your head focused, and great things will happen. And the world will celebrate you.
Absolutely.
It's a great thing to see Okonjo-Iweala and Mo Abudu, come out as one of the women listed out for the world to see. Also, for me, it draws another highlight, which is, can we also begin to control the narrative where in this country we can actually say top 100 women around the world, beg your pardon, right? Documented by a Nigerian organization or Nigerian platform that can now say these top people are the ones around the world that we are recognizing. What does it tell you? I want also to be able to control the narrative. We have come of age as a country, right? Do we have to wait for, again, don't get me wrong. I like the fact that both of them were mentioned on the world stage. If you're living in America, are you telling me Nigeria is not a world stage too? You see? Get where I'm coming from now. Can we also have that kind of platform doesn't
We
really
have a long, that we still have a long way to go.
it
let's
is
be honest.
possible. Like
It's possible.
Like rightly said,
Mm.
she started at 40,
Mm.
right? Should be told.
Mm.
The United States is 200 something years old.
Would you can build the cat.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking about it.
Mhm.
I'm also into leadership too.
Mhm.
I have this leadership thing that we do call hands on deck.
Mm.
And we're saying, look, why is it not possible to have 100, most influential people brought to you by this?
Yes,
And
I
then-
I think we should also have platforms, Nigerian platforms, maybe 50 under 50, 60 under 60.
That's
Do you
my
know why?
point.
Because we see, I think it's only recently assessing as 40 under 40. Before it used to be 30 under 30. So this kind of age specific awards or recognition makes it feel like, so if you're not 30, if you don't achieve these things for 30, you're a failure.
And that's the problem, because with that now, anyone who's out there will have too much pressure.
Too much pressure, like I must do this by 30. So now, thank God there's 40 under 40. We need to have 60 under 60, to encourage people. We need to have 70 under 60, so that there is no limit, there is no age.
In fact, we also need to have celebrating those who are, getting into the seniors, senior of all seniors. Celebrate them too.
What celebration, and aside from birthdays, like precisely what birthday party?
Well, I could say
we're
yes.
talking about recognition.
Yes, but then again, I'm sure there's something called lifetime award.
Yeah, there are lifetime awards for different categories.
I just want a case where, as I know we have a lot of award ceremonies here in Nigeria, a lot of award brands. I want a case where the international award will say, oh wow, or anybody, let's say a Steven Spielberg will say, I was mentioned in this international, platform called something 100, whatever it is, and it was organized by a Nigerian.
Yes,
it's what I want.
I see that. Let's see some of the reactions to this one on social media and see how Nigerians are reacting to this conversation. A.G. Han says, congratulations to Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala on a remarkable achievement of being listed on the 2024 Forbes 100 Most Powerful Women in the World for the 8th time. This recognition is a testament to our enduring influence and leadership in global economics and trade. Do we have more reactions to this conversation? My City App says, incredible achievement. Seeing Nigerian women ranked among the world's most powerful is truly inspiring. I agree. Any more reactions to this conversation? Niger Budget Bureau says this kind of achievement needs more visibility for the Gen Z. These are women of valor. Congrats to them. Yeah, we need to throw more light on this. Young African, the African mayor said everybody loves Ngozi Okonjo until she contests for presidency.
I was coming there. See,
that's the conversation we had earlier.
Very important. Now you see, what this means is, no matter how much
there's still a bias for women in politics.
Is that what it means?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what it means for me.
Okay. So what this means for me is there is something wrong with leadership framework in Nigeria. Because you can't be a woman who has achieved all this. As soon as maybe her creator willing, she decides to say, okay, she wants to run for office. In the decision alone, some certain areas that ordinarily people wouldn't worry about will begin to manifest, and it will begin to submerge your good deeds. I'm not saying that her good deeds are not big enough to submerge whatever mistake that she has. No one is a saint. Truth be told, everyone has skeleton in their cupboard. But that particular last message kind of draws my attention to something, which is in an event where tomorrow she comes and says she wants to run for the biggest seat in Nigeria, I assure you, all these great accolades and round of applause begin to become a, sigh and some different, remarks that you ask yourself, wow, I didn't know people didn't like her like this.
Are we not saying the same thing when I
So,
say that there's still a bias for women in politics? Remember the
It's not just
story.
women now.
Remember
Even
the
men.
no. Remember the story on the front page of the Business Day paper this morning that says that while women are making waves in leadership in economics and other sectors, they are still lagging behind in parliamentary seats, which is literally politics. And that's why I'm saying that there's still a bias for women in politics. It looks like, there's this fine line of you can do this, you can do this. Yes, thank God we're breaking the glass ceiling in the corporate environment. Now, in the years when I was a teenager, my mom's era and all of that, to break that glass ceiling, you're probably 1 in 100 out of 100 men. But at least these days, maybe 1, 2 out of 10, which is, if it's fair, it's much better than where we're coming from. But I'm saying that it looks like there's a line where it's, when it comes to politics, oh no, really, what are you looking for here?
I can tell you for a fact, I mean, you're not wrong. My mom ran for the biggest city in Nigeria in 2009.
Get it?
Of course. Halfway she was dropped. I remember then it was under a particular party. And while she moved to about 30-something states, look, she had all the support of her family. At some point, I was driving her personally. Everybody was there, family, friends. She had all her supporters. But truth be told, and I mean, she had a PhD. So rest in peace now, Mama. You know, I wish she was here to actually watch and see. But I can tell you for a fact, she worked so hard as a woman, making sure that all our children come out very well. I mean, I'm coming out well.
Yes, you are.
And I always very much want to talk about it because she wasn't given the opportunity that she really wanted, even when she qualified.
And that's why you're here to keep the legacy.
You know,
how about you start a platform, you know, maybe in honor of for women?
Oh, that's already is in place already.
Yeah,
it's in place already. It's in place already. So when I see women go for offices, I'm always, like I said before, I'm always in support of women growing. But can we begin to say those areas that actually are put in place to relegate women, knowingly or unknowingly, can we begin to break those ceilings in a healthy way, not in a competitive way? To say, look, men, you can be better men if women also come in and create an equilibrium.
Healthy competition is not bad. I think the reason why competition is also always found out is because people think that when you talk about competition, you're going about it in a very sneaky, immoral, very nasty manner. Healthy competition is good. If I see something that's good and I can learn from, I know I want to get better at this thing. I should be able to say, oh, this is nice. I really admire this. How about I learn to? So it's not. So I'm just pointing out that not so competition as a word is not a bad thing. It's the way people go about
perceive it.
You know, all of these things.
But do you think Okonjo-Iweala will make a very fine president?
I think so. If she's World Bank president and she's doing amazingly well, why not? It's just that the dynamics of Nigeria. Yes, and that's part of what I was saying. Why it looks like men, it's like women are just like, no, let's leave this space. Because even men in that space, it's crazy. But let's leave it here today on the social listening segment right here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We hope you enjoyed our show today. It's been a packed one, interesting show. We talked about some of the headlines on stories this morning. We also went to review what we have on the front page of the papers, DSTV, Netflix, tussle with Warner Bros. We also spoke about women not getting enough seats in Parliament while they're getting,
and they should get enough seats.
Yes. We talked about insecurity as well on the Punch papers, Vanguard papers as well. Ngige is supposed to be having a hearing today or something. Just news, and we also saw what we had stories on Business Morning, big story as well, talking about tax and enforcement. And finally, social listening today. Congratulations to Mo Abudu as well as Auntie Mo. She doesn't joke with us. Auntie Mo as well as Madam Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Congratulations, and we hope to see more women on those stages. This is where we'll leave it today on the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
I am Onyeka Valentine.
Until next week, be good.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning. We
are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
welcome to the Business News Hour. I'm Glory Brown. Let's take a look at the major business stories making headlines today. Dangote dangles dollar dividend to lure investors for refinery IPO. NNPCL targets over 2 million increase in oil production in 2026. Nigeria's merchandise trade hit 38.9 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2025. CBN set 1 month deadline to end POS failures with dual connectivity. PZ Cuisance, its Africans unit as Nigerians' economic outlooks brightens. Let's begin with news in Nigeria, where Aliko Dangote, president of Dangote Group, has announced plans to introduce an unprecedented dividend structure for its $20 billion oil refinery when it lists on the Nigerian exchange next year, allowing shareholders to earn returns in US dollars despite purchasing shares in Naira. Dangote disclosed the arrangement during an address in Lagos on Thursday, saying the company is collaborating with the NGS and the Securities and Exchange Commission to finalize the framework ahead of the 2026 initial public offering. According to Dangote, the dollar-denominated payouts will be supported by $6.4 billion in anticipated revenue from petrochemical exports, particularly polypropylene and fertilizer. The announcement forms part of a broader growth strategy that sees the Dangote Group projecting revenues of $100 billion by 2030, up from the current $18 billion. Dangote noted that group revenues have climbed from $3.3 billion to $18 billion over the past 5 years, while earnings before interest, tax depreciation, and amortization have increased from $1.8 billion to $2.8 billion during the same period. The industrialists confirmed that a 10% stake in the refinery and petrochemicals complex will be offered to the public through the NGS. Dangote emphasized that while international secondary listings remains a possibility, the Nigerian market continues to be the foremost priority. Also, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited has set its crude oil production target for 2026 at more than 2 million barrels per day. Akmonime Omojowe, head of Fields Operations, Eastern Corridor Project Monitoring Office of NNPCL, disclosed this at the monthly stakeholders meeting with host communities of the Trans-Niger Pipeline organized by Pipelines Infrastructure Nigeria Limited in Port Harcourt. He explained that the 2026 budget projection is 2.80 million barrels per day, with a starting benchmark of 1.84 million barrels per day and a targeted output of 2.06 million barrels per day. Omojowe noted that the TNP is currently producing optimally, attributing the development to the collaboration between communities, stakeholders, and PINL. Omojowe emphasized that community corporations remain fundamental to pipeline security, stressing that no private security outfit can succeed without grassroots support. Representing the Minister of State for Petroleum, Eniki Lukobiri, Julius praised the strong collaboration between host communities and PINL, highlighting its impact on improving national production levels. He noted that sustained peace within the communities is essential for boosting output, expressing confidence that Nigeria could surpass 2 million barrels per day by 2026. According to him, this growth would strengthen government revenue and position PINL to further support the communities. Now moving on, Nigeria's total merchandise trade rose to 38.9 trillion naira in the third quarter of 2025, reflecting steady momentum in the country's external sector despite global economic uncertainties. This is according to the latest foreign trade in goods statistics report by the National Bureau of Statistics. The latest figures represent an 8.71% increase from the 35.8 trillion naira recorded in the corresponding quarter of 2024 and the 2.36% rise compared to the 38.04 trillion naira posted in the second quarter of 2025. Nigeria's total export for the third quarter of 2025 stood at 22.8 trillion naira, marking an 11.08% increase from the 20.54 trillion naira recorded in the corresponding quarter of 2024 and a 0.28% rise over the 22.75 trillion naira recorded in the second quarter of 2025. According to the NBS, crude oil remained Nigeria's dominant export commodity with a value of 12.81 naira, representing 56.14% of total exports for the third quarter in 2025. With crude oil accounting for over 56% of total exports, Nigeria's trade performance is still highly vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices and production levels. Still on, the Central Bank of Nigeria has directed all acquirers, processors, payment terminal service providers, and payment terminal service aggregators to establish mandatory dual connectivity that links point of sales transactions to both licensed payment terminal service aggregators, Nigeria's interbank settlement system, and Unified Payment Services Limited in a move aimed at eliminating the widespread failures associated with routing transactions through a single aggregator. The bank explained that the directive is a continuation of its earlier circular issued on September 11, 2024, which highlighted the dangers of allowing the entire POS ecosystem to depend on only one routing channel, a situation that has often resulted in transactions delays, services breakdown, and operational disruption across the financial system. The central bank stressed that service providers are required to configure their POS routing systems to enable automatic failover. This ensures that when one aggregator experiences downtime, transactions are instantly redirected to an alternative aggregator, maintaining seamless service community. The Central Bank of Nigeria stressed that all regulated financial institutions have only 1 month from the date of the circular to comply fully with the directive. The Apex Bank described the measure as critical to preventing service outages that inconveniences millions of users and undermine confidence in electronic payment, saying the dual connectivity framework will provide a more reliable and efficient POS ecosystem for the country. Meanwhile, PZ Cousins has announced the suspension of plans to sell its African subsidiaries on the back of an improvement in Nigeria's economic fundamentals. In a statement seen by BusinessDay on Thursday, the consumer goods company said it is retaining its African business and has set out ambitious growth plans for it as part of a wider group strategies built upon a portfolio balanced between developed and emerging markets. In April 2024, PZ Cousins have announced plans to conduct a strategic review of its Africa operations. As part of the review, the group announced the sales of its 50% equity interest in PZ Wilmar Limited, its non-coal edible oil business in Nigeria, to Wilmar International Limited, its joint venture partner, for a total consideration of $70 million. The group received significant levels of interest from a number of parties regarding the wider African portfolio. The statement said the board has, however, concluded that the greatest value for shareholders will be created by retaining the business and building a group portfolio balanced between its developed markets of United Kingdom and Australia, New Zealand, and the emerging markets of Indonesia and Nigeria. You're watching the Business News Hour. We'll take a short break and return with more business stories. Stay with us.
Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Welcome back. You're still watching the Business News Hour. Moving on, the federal government has officially launched the country's first online gas trading, clearing, and settlement platform. The platform, also known as the Gas Trading License, Clearinghouse, and Settlement Authorization, aims to introduce transparency, efficiency, and competitiveness into the nation's gas market. At the launch event held in Abuja, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Honorable Ekperikpe Ekpo, described the initiative as a new dawn for Nigeria's gas industry. According to Ekpo, the platform will streamline natural gas trading, ensuring transparent pricing, efficient market-driven price determination, and secure payment mechanisms, elements crucial to foster investors' confidence and sustainable industry growth. Ekpo highlighted that the introduction of the gas trading license signals the beginning of a new regulated gas market. He noted that the initiative will create a more secure environment for credible traders, support more effective business planning, and attract investors' confidence by safeguarding capital and protecting the broader public interests. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu yesterday declared that Nigerians' ambition to build a $1 trillion economic aimed squarely on boosting productivity, deepening innovation, and developing a workforce equipped with skills that met global standards. Speaking at the 3MTT Nigerian National Impact Summit held at the State House Conference Center in Abuja, the president affirmed that national prosperity is driven not by chance but by intentional investment in human capital. Represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, President Tinubu stressed that in an era defined by rapid technological advancement, global leadership begins and belongs to nations that strategically equipped their young people with the skills needed to thrive. It noted that under the renewed Hope agenda, Nigeria must continue to prioritize human capital as its most valuable resource. He emphasized that digital skills now power growth across key sectors such as agriculture, healthcare, finance, manufacturing, education, and public service, making programs like the 3 million technical talent initiatives essential to the administration's economic. In other development, the Bank of Industry, in partnership with the National Credit Guarantee Company, has signed a memorandum of understanding to unlock 10 billion naira in guaranteed loans for women entrepreneurs as women's economic participation gains major momentum. The managing director of the Bank of Industry, Dr. Olusi, who initiated the gender-inclusive financing, has continued to shape national micro, small, and medium enterprises development policy, noting that the idea is to create a credit guarantee framework that will make financing more accessible and affordable for thousands of women-owned businesses nationwide. Olusi started this during the signing of the MOU with the managing director of NCGC Bonaventure in Abuja, saying that under the arrangement, NCGC will provide a 25% credit guarantee cover on Bank of Industry loans, significantly reducing lender risk and enabling the Bank of Industry to fund more women-led enterprises. It said the initiatives target high-impact sectors, including manufacturing, processing, ICT, digital marketing, e-commerce, the creative and entertainment industry, healthcare, education, renewable energy, and waste management. The Guaranteed Loans for Women program is a national intervention to remove long-standing barriers that prevent women from scaling their businesses into the next level. And finally, to wrap up the Business News Hour, the International Finance Corporation is wagering its $2.1 billion investment pipeline on manufacturing, tourism, and other job-rich sectors in Nigeria, aiming to accelerate private sector growth and expand employment as Africa's top crude producers works to translate reforms gains into broader prosperity. Christian Mulamula, IFC's country's head for Nigerians, stated that the institution will focus on clean energy, industrial production, agriculture, and tourism in 2026 as it scales up support for sectors with the strongest job creation potential. He added that manufacturing is expected to grow further, noted that manufacturing equals jobs, while also highlighting tourism as a sector with significant untapped opportunities for Nigeria. In response, the IFC is structuring its Nigerian program around 3 key pillars: developing critical infrastructure such as power, ports, and skills, supporting regulatory frameworks that unlock private sector investment, and mobilizing capital, particularly from private investors. And this is much we can take on the Business News Hour this morning. My name is Gloria Brown. Thank you for watching and stay tuned to the Business Day television.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Life is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw.
I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day television.
You didn't start off to deal with payroll. We did. You didn't start off to figure out compliance rules. We did. You didn't start off to spend hours on tax calculations. You're building, we're calculating. You didn't start off to chase pension receipts. We send them automatically. You didn't start off to do manual uploads on bank portals. We handle salary payment, bulk pay, instantly to all banks. You didn't start off to pay fines. We settle your payee.
Hello guys, and welcome to another exciting edition of BD Extra. My name is Anthony, and today I have one in the studio, Michael Adeni Damilola, aka Dami Fresh, DJ Dami Fresh. Basically, he is a DJ and also the lead digital distribution and marketing at Jonesing World, Nigeria. You know Jonesing World, owned by the legend himself, the Prince, who is also Don Jazz's brother. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Nice to have you in the studio today.
It's glad to be here.
Yeah.
Glad to be here.
So it's been a long time coming. I've really wanted to have you.
You've always been talking about it.
Yeah, you know.
Over the years now, in a couple of years now.
Yeah, sure. I think we've had you on different stories on editorial sector, on entertainment as well, and we really appreciate for all the your comments you give to us, very insightful, and I'm glad you are here also to give us
fresh. It's beautiful to be here actually after all the years talking about it.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
It's been through my face eventually.
Yes, so that when you come with. All right, so let's go into the business of today. We're here to discuss about music, your career basically, and where you operate at Jonesing World. Let's start by tell us a bit about your role in Jonesing World and what was the perspective from that on the Nigerian music scene.
Basically, like you said, I handle the digital distribution and marketing, right? It's about uploading artists' music and labels to streaming platforms, as well helping those records get the maximum visibility on those platforms, and also try to leverage whatever tools they have on the platform to, put the song in front of the right audience, right, and help the artists grow in platform and off platform, as well as also designing marketing campaigns that will help, grow the artist brand and, connect them to audience, and also over the years grow that audience so that, there's an exchange of value between the artist and such audience through the music in which the artist put out, and every other point of value that the artist is going to evolve into over time, so that those audience can always buy into whatever the artist is trying to pitch to them, right? Today might be music, tomorrow the artist might be on an ad commercial, and we still need the same audience to gravitate towards it. It might be a movie or a soundtrack for a movie that the artist is working on. It's different from the original or the core of what people know them for. The artist might be selling merch tomorrow, an event. So this is the same audience that love the music or that love the artist, that will go ahead and dip their in their purse to buy into all that sense. So my work, is to help an artist build such ecosystem whereby they can leverage their craft across all these fronts and beyond.
We as music consumers, we might not know what happens behind the scene. Basically, we might not know in terms of what the artists actually have to go through in terms of getting like branding or whatever they do, so that they can earn like extra like bucks, so basically not everybody knows about this, and not everybody knows about like what you do for your artists. So basically let's go back to you being a DJ. You still DJ, right?
Yes.
How do you like link the two like careers together? How do you link that together, like being a DJ and also being
so basically concerning that, I think it complements one another, because from my experience, right, I'm on the back end of things, trying to build an artist or work with the artist to put out a product that will eventually be put out there for consumers to consume. But as a DJ, my skill set, my experience, my job also makes me interact with these consumers, which are the audience. I'm always with them, like 2 to 3 nights a week. So I know what people want. I know what dance floor, wants, right? So that also informs and helps me in terms of when I, in rooms where we discuss about creating music or creating value that for an artist that the consumers want to, buy into. So this experience helped me to navigate between, being on the forefront while performing, or on the back end where trying to create product or brands that these consumers would like to, to be a part of. So that's cross-pollination of personality, is an additional advantage for me, because I understand the heartbeat of the dance floor, and I'm also at the forefront of where the product is being created. So I can also always, use my knowledge and expertise and experience to say, okay, why don't you move it this way, or kind of do it this way, to also add value on that front as well. I also try to bridge the gap between the artists and the consumers, using that experience.
Yeah, so can you spotlight like some of the artists that you've been working with so far?
Currently working on Godzilla, Spaghetti, and Glorious. They are young artists that are growing. They're growing to the artist development phase. They have put out projects, as Godzilla and Spaghetti. They put up EP out there. You guys can check it out. It's a body of work. And Glorious too, he has 2 singles out. You can also check him out as well. So yeah, there are new artists. They're finding their way in the industry. This entertainment industry is a wide landscape.
Yeah, it is.
It's a learning curve for every artist that enters it, because it's quite saturated and overwhelming now, not just in Nigeria but on a global scale. So as an artist, when you come in, everybody has a difference, right? So, but when you come in, most important thing is to learn, and try to play the long game. That's what I always tell most artists. Don't just come in, and some might be very fortunate on your first song, you just go and you tend to forget themselves and don't learn. Over time, people will just move away from you with time. If you don't understand your craft or you're not adding value in terms of knowledge. You might have the talent, you might have the skill, but this music business encompasses way more than just being able to write songs and be able to sing. Right, so you should be able to know the business you're into. So if you're not giving yourself to learning over time, you might just fizzle out.
So walk us through the, in this modern market that we have right now, especially in Nigeria, what does true breakout moment looks like for new artists today in today's market, and how has Jonesing World helped to facilitate your new signees, these young ones that you've spotlighted so far?
So breaking out artists in this modern age is a lot of things, right? People will say it's about money, it's about this, For me, based on my experience and what I've seen over the years, breaking new artists is a lot of work. There's money, there's a lot of strategy behind it, there's a lot of planning, right? But again, this what I'm about to say is kind of controversial, because this is why sometimes in some part of the world, especially in our country, some business entities don't want to invest in entertainment, because sometimes you need the grace of God when it comes to this arts and music pay. Do you get what I'm saying? Because a lot of people that have come into here spend millions and they spend thousands of dollars and nothing to show for it. Because sometimes you might just do everything right, but you just need the element of luck and grace for it to work. So, but in terms of doing the groundwork and breaking an artist, you need to first of all put in the work into the creation of the music, because that's the core of everything. You need to find a good sound for the artist. The artist needs to sell themselves into that sound and believe that sound and find good producers to work with it to fine tune that sound, because that is your identity, as a sonic identity. Then also as an artist, you need to understand your visual identity. Although it might evolve over time, both the sonic identity and the visual identity, but for you to break out, you must be distinct, must be different, and you must own it, must be confident about it, and you have to be consistent. So if you can, you are sure about your sonics, you're sure about your visual identity, right? And you are consistent, there's a lot of social media tools that is out there that are free that artists can show themselves, like YouTube Shorts, TikTok, Instagram Reel. Some of all those platforms are platforms whereby artists need to, once you've identified this, there are a lot of things you need to do or you can do. You just need to be in front of people because you're trying to sell yourself. This little knowledge about yourself that you have been able to gather or fine tune with yourself or your team, that okay, I sound like this, I can write like this, I can convey emotions in a certain way with these lyrics or with this sound, I can do content, I have this charisma, I have this energy, I have this aura. You show that through your visuals too as well, and your song, I can tell compelling stories and you also push different narratives. Those are the things that move people to want to know about you, right? So as an artist, you need to know these things. If you don't have to guess it, you have to be sure part-time. Because let me give you an example. There's Adekunle Gold and there's AG Baby. Those are two different personalities. So that's why I say, as an artist, you always evolve. You evolve. But whenever it is you're starting out, you need to know what is working for you then and what you need to define it. And once you know it, you and your team, you have to milk it for that era, for that period. Right, and if you want to rebrand and evolve, there's going to be a phase. You do that and be okay, this guy is moving to another level, right? So in every artist's career, there's always that journey. For artists to break out in 2025, you must know those things and you have to be consistent. If you're going on TikTok, you're going on YouTube, you're going on Instagram, but you have to be consistent, See these new guys that are trending right now, these guys from the north. Okay, yeah, not those ones are Lagos boys. I'm talking about this guy from the north, First Class and OG Abba. From my research, OG Abba has been promoting that one song now since February of this year. They just broke in I think October or November. Some other artists won't do that. They will have given up on that campaign or dropped other songs. It's not bad to drop other songs, but that's why I talk about consistency. Just don't be shy, don't feel sad if people are not, gravitating to what you're putting out there. But it's also a test or a task for yourself too, because there's a certain parts in yourself that you need to push to before something might break through for you, right? People need to see you sometimes some annoying amount of time before they make action, right? When you see an ad and you're seeing that ad continuously and it's annoying you as an artist too, you need to push your music that way. You have not start pushing your song to people are saying, this guy again, I've just seen my timeline. I have not started.
There was this particular guy that had that thing. Was it this year or last year? He was on X every single day. We are seeing the video, and it took one of our top artists to, I think was it Olamide or what?
Yeah, it's Zlatan.
Zlatan, and he was like, yes. What's up? What
this guy that was running Twitter ads. The guy I'm saying, if people see you, but they act as if they don't see you.
Yeah,
but you need to push them to start. Like you corner them to a point whereby you make them take an action. Like him taking his phone to tweet that tweet. That guy didn't obviously meet him no, that thing has gotten to him so much. Like, what is this guy doing? Let me talk about it. And another example of that for me was this guy, Nas Boy, when he dropped that Umbrella song. I kid you not, I didn't play that song on any streaming platform, but I knew the song. I knew the melody. I might just be doing something else, and I'll just be humming the sound. I will now be asking myself, what song is this? I don't know the artist or the song, but I know the melody.
Yeah.
Because I've seen it on Instagram. If I go to Snapchat, I see it. If I go to WhatsApp, people are posting. If I go to Twitter, I'm seeing. So it's in my front, is everywhere. So for new artists, that's the energy you need to move, right? You might not have money to pay all those influencers, but you be your own influencer, be your own creator. You have your phone. What are you doing? That is that's your 9 to 5. Do your content. Like, let people cuss you out and say, you do this content piece too much. Let them say it's too much. Your work now. That means you're hardworking. Do you get what I'm saying? So new artists need to have that energy in this modern day because everywhere is noisy, everywhere is saturated. So if you don't have money, you have to go hard and use your phone, your camera, your phone, do as much content, be creative, be interesting, and just put out content. And before you know, you start growing some little audience and fan base. And when you start doing that, don't neglect them. Don't just expect them to take it. Tell them the action to take. If somebody is always commenting on your post, reach out to the person, tell them thank you, appreciate them, repost them. If they use your song as content, put it on your story. Let it be like an emotional connection between you and it, because those are the people that will buy your tickets. So you have to, in that early stage, you have to really gravitate towards them at that level and grow with them.
So briefly, why do you think the industry is not seeing as much breakout stars as we used to have them back in the early 2000s, 2010s? Why are we not seeing as much as that in 2025? Because I think right now there are no new stars. There are no new, this can be a Bonner or this can be a Wiz. We even though we have like the top 3 or the big 4, if anyone wants to put himself in that conversation, why are we not seeing people that we are thinking, this can be like a mega star that will still be here for like the next 10 years? What are we missing out?
For me, right, over the years I've observed this too as well. I feel like one of the major issues is that the industry is now becoming too expensive.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying? So now, even new artists that are trying to come up, they have this idea that if you don't have so amount of money, you can't go into music, you can't go into entertainment, because everybody wants to get a piece of the block, right? So sometimes it's discouraging for the artists themselves and also to the investors, because investors, they're in the business, so they've done some certain project that maybe didn't go well, or they are still want some that is going well for them, but it's not based on, if you check the money in which they have invested and the result they are getting where they are right now, is not equating, but at least they've enjoyed some level of success. So it's too expensive, right?
So basically that
was one of the major reasons. It's too expensive.
Because we talk about
who's willing to take that risk to invest millions of naira in you when nobody even knows you yet.
And how much are we talking about in terms of the scale of millions of naira?
Okay, let me just say, like, at least like 500k USD. Between 300 and 500k USD, like you need to invest maybe like on a particular act, one act for a period of, let's say, like 18 months to 2 years. To get more like you're looking at a project, music videos, marketing campaigns, influencer campaign. There's a lot of expenses. How many people are willing to take that risk with someone they don't know from anywhere, just because you're putting out content online and they think that, okay, you have something in you? It's not so many people are willing to take that risk now, because the entry point into the industry now is not very expensive. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's pushing a lot of people back. So that's why if you saw that really breaking out in recent time, even though they might have some funding, but the artists have to have character. You have to have charisma. It's not like before again that you just pay, and before you know it, you're already there. The times have changed. Yeah, even the audience behavior has changed. They need to see that you are about it, before people start giving you that audience. And there's a lot of people a lot of things that is taking people's time now, because the world is not as created as it used to be before. Before there's gatekeeping and creation is kind of sacred, but now everybody is a curator. Everybody is trying to fight for attention span. So sometimes maybe on WhatsApp and you want to do something on Instagram. Before you get to Instagram, you're forgetting why you Instagram. Then you're not starting. What I want to do, you now go out to WhatsApp to check. So attention span is very short. So everybody, even on WhatsApp, people are posting on your WhatsApp story. You consume content every day. Even though you don't want to consume, you consume.
And there's music now. On WhatsApp status, you can upload.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody is not a curator. So for an artist to break through, it's war. If you don't have charisma, you're not like consistent, it will be hard. It's not like before that once you just have a sweet song. We have to have that energy to push the song, the aura. You need people to see that fire in you, and consistently. If you are posting your content and you're seeing maybe like 2,000 like, 500 like, 1,000 like, don't be discouraged. You need to work, because, and again, the way algorithm works, algorithm needs to see that you're putting in efforts. It's not like you post today, you not post for 5 months, and when you post, you believe that everybody will just
Jump in.
No, it doesn't work that way. You have to be consistent. You have to have like a programming. The way you open your TV station, you know that by 6 o'clock or by 12 they are doing this program. As an artist, you have to have programming, because what the algorithm understand is programming, because it's the program itself.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, and the number of times you put video, out there trains the algorithm to know, okay, every Monday this guy posts by 1 p.m. You have to be like that. You have to be strategic. You get intentional. So if you do all of these things, trust me, you just need one moment, and when that moment comes, you capitalize on it. Before you know it, you'll be out there. So for breaking new artists in this era, this is one of the challenges that I'll say, I've observed, and I've discussed with other people too. Artists, you need to just take a chance on yourself, and the times have changed.
And I think you mentioned something about like gatekeeping. So I think have we crossed that part of having gatekeepers?
So they're gatekeepers, but the thing is that they can bypass the gatekeepers if you know what you're doing. If you have that charisma, that tenacity, and that consistency, you still need them. But the beauty of it now is that because you have free tools that you can use to showcase yourself and go straight to the audience, they will now be forced to align with you.
Okay.
Do you hear what I'm saying? Just like this Marvel, for example, now. Obviously, there must have been some good that must have paved way for him or give him a co-sign initially. But now it's getting the wave, so kind of big. Those big guys also want to jump on that wave. Normally, they won't reach out to him before, but because now they say he has the numbers, they'll reach out to him, right? And he's also used to also draw those new audience and young audience to themselves too. So it's strategic, because when he drew, I think last month, one of the Fridays, he had 3 songs in 1, 2, 3. That's not happened before for a new artist. His first year as a rookie. This is his rookie year now, and he has a number 1, number 2, number 3 back to back. And these are like the big artists, CK, Davido, and Wiz on it. That's massive. About this thing we're talking about, they've seen that movement and they like, this guy, okay, the wave that is building, let's jump on it. And to the people who like, they're supporting the young. There are a lot of other young guys too that are doing a lot of good stuff out there, but you will not see them. But they've spotted and said, this one will favor me. Let me do this. That's how it works. So if you don't push yourself to that position, trust me, you will not get that opportunity. But with social media now, you can just do your thing and be consistent. When it's looking good, those guys will come around. Even other industry people too will come around and give you that cool sign that you need.
Yeah, so that's actually nice. But let's talk about like you as a DJ from your own perspectives. Our clubs we are entering the dirty December period now, and it's quite a time for music artists to actually come out and show that they belong to the space, especially the upcoming artists and the new artists that are on board. My question is, are clubs and festival circuits and concerts, are they still a reliable launch pad for these new talents?
Yes, they are. Reason being that it's an avenue to meet, prospect one-on-one, right? As an artist, if you have a good record, right, probably not a viral hit record, but it's a good song, right? And you compose yourself well, you're able to secure some of these platforms for yourself to go and showcase yourself, right? You don't need everybody at that event. You don't need everybody. If it's just 10 or 20 people that your performance or your song can wow, that's a start. It's a win, right? So let's give an example. In December, you're able to secure 10 events to perform at as a young artist coming up, and you're able to get 20 people from these 10 events, 20 people each from each of the events you go to that try to like listen to you or try to follow you. That's a good number to start with, because if your song is good and your personality is good, like you go check your TikTok, you go check your Instagram, and they kind of find a liking to you, you've won just like 200 people over, right? They have families and friends, they have speakers, they have a playlist, they have friends. They can say, I just discovered this new person, check them out. Or they forward your link of your content to some of your friends. In that way, you can also build and find, or other people will find you through that medium. So those events, even though you might not pay some of these new or coming artists that they are not yet big, you might not pay them, but you need the value you get from the audience you are connecting to more than whatever someone wants to give you now. Because once you build that audience, those are the people that will probably want to pay to see you next year. Let me give you an example. Now look at Fola now. He just came in last year with that Alone song with Bad Boy OML. Fireboy jumped on the remix. He put out an EP, Bella on it. This year he did his first album. He did a couple of features, Kiss Daniel, I think he did with Dancing to different people. You tap into different people's audience. Did with Wizkid and DJ Tunes. He has grown. He's one of the most streamed young artists this year. He has grown his discography and grown his audience by tapping into other people's. Now he's going to do a show in December now. He's going to call ticket, let's say like 20 or 30K. People are going to buy it because they know the song and they love the song. They want to sing it back to him. So all the other fans, and some people pride in the fact that they are early adopters of his sound.
Yes,
it's now that you guys are just me, I don't choke so there are also all those early core fans too. So as a young artist that you have good music out there and you believe in yourself and you need to get these opportunities to perform somewhere, you need to find those your early adopters first, those your starter audience, those your core audience. You need to find them through those mediums, right? Connect with them at this December event and grow with them. That's what I was saying earlier, that if you see people that are commenting or are reposting, you appreciate them, thank them. You understand what I'm saying? A like on their comment or a reply or a DM chat, they will value. That's an incentive for them taking action to want to like your music when you are not yet known or blown yet. Right? So you should appreciate those people that make conscious effort to give you an audience or give you a listen while you are trying to grow. Don't just expect that I want to blow. No, it's a business too. If you're a business person, right, your business don't just start. Even though you invest big money, don't just on the first day, don't just expect to make the big money back. It's gradually you grow the business. So this also is a business for those artists too. If you see people that are trying to engage with you, Shazam your song, tell I like your song, engage with them, communicate with them. As your business or your operation expands, you might not be able to do the little chat with them on a daily, but once in a while too, just okay, this week I want to be preparing my. It's always a good, even though you're a big star now, it's always a good thing. You can even do see the way Shatawale did events on his birthday for his people in Ghana and see how massive it is. Do you see the turnout? It was massive. The old square was filled. The road leading to the square was filled. That is raw, genuine love from fans, and that's how to be when it comes to music. Every time you are collecting. As a celebrity, how are you giving back to people that actually buy from you? It's always very important. See, here's some point now. Look at beverage companies. Every year they're always doing one promo or the other. If you open the crown cork of this thing, you can win something. It's not that they can go by selling their product because people are already addicted to those products.
Yes.
But they still need to let you know that as you are buying a product, we are trying to also give you back, give you refrigerator, give you a fan, give you generator. As artists too, you should also plan things like that too. People are buying your ticket, they are buying your merch, they are listening to your music. You can do something and say, okay, I'm giving back this. Find a way to give back to them, because it's a strategy, it's a business. You're also investing back in people that are investing in you. That way you know out of business, because as they are servicing you, you are servicing them back. So as an artist, if you see it as a business that way, that you are a company, you are a business, you always have campaigns that you run every year how to service your fans. As they are pouring water on you, pour water on them back. So everybody will be enjoying. You understand? That way to be going. When I saw that Shatawale movement, I was really moved though. Bro, that thing was massive, because I've been to that square before and I know how massive it is. So to be there, to see it being filled that way, and people cannot even get in like no. For just one artist, it shows how people love him genuinely and how he has been. Do you know how funny Shatawale is? The way he communicates with his fans and his audience, those are part of the things. Like, he shows his personality, not just every time music. Shatawale talk about life, talk about family, he interacts, he plays, he gives. There's no way if Shatawale is going anywhere for interview or anything, he takes money, cash along. As he's entering, he's giving the presenter, giving the staff, he's smiling with everybody. That's how we do it as an artist. Not that when you enter somewhere, everybody starts feeling stuff. Let them relax around you, because you are sharing. As an entertainer, you are sharing good times, good energy. So anywhere you step into, let people feel it. Do you get? That's how I see it.
Yeah. So let's move into the next. So as an artist, basically, what are the pitfalls that you should avoid if you want to get yourself signed? I know that some people, as much as they want to be indie artists and make it that way, some artists are also looking to be signed to big labels. So what are the pitfalls they should avoid to get themselves more visibility by these labels?
Okay, what I will say is, firstly, educate yourself about the business.
Yeah,
be enlightened about the business. You have YouTube. Try and read about the business and acquire skills. As an artist, doesn't stop you from owning your skills as a songwriter. You understand? You can write songs and send to people. I read the song for you. I think it will fit you. Write songs. You can be a songwriter. You can be an engineer, say mixing engineer or a recording engineer, right? Acquire skills. It's very important. Then also, you need to be visible. Don't know how to sing and do covers and do freestyles and not show it. Because if people come to your page, what would they see? Right? See, like I said earlier, don't care about the views. Don't be ashamed. Because me too, I'm also a creative and I know how it feels. That I gave up on likes a long time ago. I'm challenging myself to drop that content because I know what it takes to do something. Do you get what I'm saying? What it takes to actually create something. It's not easy.
Yeah.
Procrastination, fighting your inner demons, a lot of things. You need to discipline yourself. So for you, the fact that you discipline yourself, you start down, you dressed up, you made that content, and you don't want to post it. Why? Because you are scared of what people say. Because I might not look like this here, might look like that. Yeah, even though how you present yourself is very important, but see, don't overthink it. Just post it. The things that you think that people will see, they might not even see it. You need to be consistent. You need to post as if your life depends on it. Post it. Let people see you. You are selling markets. Nobody goes to a shop that is closed and stay in front of the shop and keep knocking. If your door is closed, you go to another place. So you see you are good and we are not seeing it. How? So if you want the label to sign you, you need to acquire skills, you need to own your craft, and you need to be visible, right? And you need to educate yourself. So I feel like if you do these things as an artist, right, over time, people will see you. Because see, a lot of people on social media are scrolling, right? But the more you impute in the algorithm, the more people show it to more people. And when they get to your page and they see that you've posted like 200 content in 6 months or 300 content, they'll be like, this guy is working. Forget about the comments or the likes or anything. You are trying to, put yourself out there. And one thing you're also doing for yourself is that you are building your work rate, right? So by the time somebody sign you now and they say you have to give us 100 content before the song comes out, you won't see it as a big deal because you have done it on yourself. You understand? So you're also investing in yourself. You're trying to break some habits and some barriers. So by the time on your own as an indie artist, you already know, there's one location I saw, let me go and do content there, or I'm going out today, you're going to a nice place. You're already thinking in your mind how you will do content. So that way you're not just an artist, you're also a content creator. So all those things, these are things that will interest labels, because no label just want to pour money into someone that is just so bare in this modern age. Because I've told you earlier, it's expensive now. So as an artist now, all these things too, you need to let them see that you have that fire. You can also do some things. Let's say like now, as an artist, they give you a producer now. You're working with a producer. Producer yourself, it will be interesting when the producer knows that you can record yourself or you can do some things yourself. Don't just be like, I can write. No, you have to move. What can you learn? How can you be educated more about this business that you are doing? Watch YouTube videos. What is publishing? How can you be the marketing campaign? How can you refine your brand? How is content being created? What are the nice kind of hooks, visual hooks now that you can put in your content that can make people gravitate towards in the first 3 seconds? All those type of things. These are what artists are supposed to do. Don't just leave it to the team that my team will figure it out. No, you to be a team for yourself. Know what every person on your team is doing, even though you may not be too vast in it, but have an idea. So those kind of attributes, if you're acting as an artist and a label comes, the success, the time margin between success for that particular artist will be faster, because the artist too is putting in work. It's not just like, you sign me now and you make it work for me. No.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying? You need to put in. I'm telling you from an emotional standpoint, because I see a lot of artists do this thing and it will not work. Even though you work later, in the career, that lapses will show and it will affect you. So anybody that loves music and is passionate about it, you need to go all out. You need to invest in it because it's your life. It's what you say you know how to do. Why don't you put in the work? Right? So that's how I see it.
Okay, so finally, where do you see Nigerian music scene in the next like 2-3, I don't want to go like 10 years or but in the next 2 to 3 years, where do you see Nigerian music heading to? Are they going to be more breakout? Are we going to see more breakouts from artists that are coming up, or is it going to be like still stagnant in terms that we might only say like maybe 2, 3, 4, 5 artists coming up? Because this is a conversation that people are actually looking out for. They want to know if and again, investors as well are trying to looking for the next best thing. So what do you see with the rate at which Nigerian music, or the rate at which the market is going right now? What do you think can happen in the next 2-3 years?
Okay, so for me, what I see will happen is, from my own standpoint and my own observation so far, definitely every year we'll have breakout artists. But currently right now, I think the numbers might not be so encouraging as to a couple of years back because of what I mentioned earlier. The cost is a lot, right? But also, another interesting thing is that our music, we continue to penetrate the global market better. The acceptance will increase, right? It will be featured on more platforms because more regions of the world will discover it and have a liking to it. And I foresee that some other regions, other markets will open up more to African music or Nigerian music, right? I think that's what I see in the next couple of years, even though it might have a little bit of an adverse effect on the home scene, right? In terms of the availability of those acts to also give that level of performance in this region, because a lot of promoters are not willing to kind of like pay those guys that amount they are charging right now, right? But thanks to people like Rema, Luna, Odumudu, then Davido, they are not touring Nigeria. A lot of people have been touring Nigeria, but just like give like campus tours or do some couple of, but this one like proper tour setup, like more like do 5 states, do 10 states. I feel like in the next couple of years, more artists will also join that trend. It's going to be good for our music. Some people like Jerick, doing sold out stadiums in the East. I think they're going to see more of that. I would love to see more of that. I believe it's going to happen because if the big guys are already trying to test it out, it also raises eyebrows and more people believe is achievable, right? And they also want to also try it. So I think that would be interesting for the business, because like me and you have we've discussed before how most of the acts are always outside and not here, but now at least people like those names I've mentioned, that they've been able to like show that it can work here too. But I also believe that the government needs to also help the entertainment in terms of infrastructure and security. Those venues and security is very important. If we can have that, those are the kind of like things that I see that in the next couple of years will happen in the entertainment industry, whereby we have breakout yearly, right? But the numbers might not be as we used to before because of cost, right? But we'll still have every year, and the stars that are already made, they continue to find their roots in much bigger regions or new regions, right? And I also say that back on the home front, so I think I believe that will be closing up the margin. We'll not be able to meet up with the international shows, the number of international shows that those guys will be going out for, because those systems are already in place there and their structure is solid. But I think on the home front too, we will start doing, amazing shows that will also bring Nigerians out to enjoy their stars, because look at that show in Ibadan, right? Look at the love, look at the passion. They know the songs, they know the lingo, they know the slangs. There's the connection is deeper than when you're in the diaspora and you have like a lot of Nigerian in the diaspora. There are some certain things that you see, we in Nigeria we just get it because that is very strange at the time you created the song. So anytime you play that song or you perform that song, it takes you to that memory lane or that timeline. This is this slang and stuff like that. So I want to see it more. I love it because it's our song. We should enjoy it. We should benefit from it, right? So those are the things I see that in the next couple of years I want to see more of that. Those are my predictions.
Thank you so much, Didi. Dami Fresh, for coming to the studios and giving us your own takes on the topic that we raised. I would like to also understand that after viewers watching this, they get to understand why the industry doesn't have like as much big artists as we used to have them, and the path they need to take for them to gravitate towards breaking through as new artists in this modern market that we see ourselves. So that's all we have for today. And so this is where we come to the end of the show today. We thank our viewers for always tuning in to BD Extra. Keep watching BDTV on YouTube. Thank you for staying with us. See you next time. Goodbye.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance.
After God, we are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But that's how you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is the Business Day News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up,
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
this is the Business Day News Update, reaching you live from our studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. Coming up, Dangote dangles dollar dividends to lure investors for refinery IPO. IFC bets on manufacturing college and others rejoice in $2.1 million each. PZ President supports sale of African units as Nigeria's economic outlook brightens. U.S. intercepts Nigerian-owned supertanker over alleged oil theft and piracy. Thank you for joining us on the Business Day News Update. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Dangote Refinery President Aliko Dangote has unveiled a groundbreaking dividend for his $20 billion refinery, announcing in Lagos on Thursday that investors will earn returns in US dollars even as they buy shares in Naira. Dangote revealed that the model set for the refinery's 2026 NGX listing is being finalized with the exchange and the SEC, while the dollar payout will be backed by $6.4 billion in petrochemical export revenue from polypropylene and fertilizer. The Africa's richest man said the refinery's IPO will offer 10% to the public, noting group revenues have risen from $3.3 billion to $118 billion in 5 years, with ambitions to hit $100 billion and a market value above $200 billion by 2030. The CEO added that capacity at the 650,000 barrel a day plant, already producing diesel, jet fuel and petrol, will expand to 1.4 million barrels daily within 3 years, as analysts say the dollar dividend plan could set a precedent despite FX market constraints. Moving on, the International Finance Corporation country head Christian Mulama has revealed that the corporation plans to channel $2.1 billion into Nigeria's manufacturing, tourism, agriculture, and clean energy sectors to boost jobs and private sector growth. The strategy reportedly targets sectors with high employment potential, including mini-grid, energy projects, industrial production, and cocoa processing, while leveraging reforms since 2023 to expand opportunities amid rising poverty and weakened spending power. According to Mulamula, Nigeria faces a youth employment deficit with 12 million entering the labor market annually, but only 3 million jobs created, leaving 9 million unemployed each year. IFC projects include $5 million to Husk Power Systems, $50 million to Lagos Free Zone, and $50 million to Mohinani Plastics, aiming to generate tens of thousands of jobs and strengthen infrastructure, manufacturing, and energy access. Still on, PZ Cousins has suspended plans to sell its African subsidiaries, citing improvements in Nigeria's economic fundamentals. The UK-listed Consumer Goods Group announced the decision in a statement on Thursday, saying it will pursue ambitious growth across its Africa portfolio. The board say returning operations in Nigeria, Kenya, and Ghana will create more value with a focus on brand building, distribution, expansion, revenue growth, and digital initiatives. According to reports, expansion into men's grooming and beauty alongside Pan-African growth forms the core of the new strategy. Nigeria's population growth, urbanization, and rising middle class reportedly underpin double-digit revenue growth, while recent currency stability has supported earnings. PZ Cousins Nigeria also posted a Q1 net profit of 13.4 billion naira, reversing a loss of 4.6 billion naira last year, driven by FX gains and a 48% revenue increase to 59 billion naira. Coming up, United States intercepts Nigerian-owned supertanker over alleged oil theft and piracy. This and more after this flash.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protections from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
This is still the Business Day News Update. The United States Coast Guard, in coordination with the United States Navy, has seized the Nigerian-owned supertanker Skipper over allegations of crude theft, piracy, and other transnational crimes. According to reports, the vessel is linked to Nigeria-based Thumrose Global Ventures Limited and registered under Triton Navigation Corps in the Marshall Islands. Authorities say the tanker was illegally flying the Guyanese flag, while Guyana's Maritime Administration confirmed Skipper was not on its registry and had used the flag without authorization. The seizure, announced by former U.S. President Donald Trump, is also investigating suspected drug transport and links to Iranian and Islamist-backed money laundering networks. The incident comes as Navy reports Nigeria lost 13.5 million barrels of crude, $3.3 billion to theft and sabotage between 2023 and 2024, prompting governance reforms in the energy sector. Away from that story, former Labour Minister Chris Ngige is scheduled for arraignment on Friday, 11th of December, today, at the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Gwarinpa. The FCC filed charges on 31st of October alleging contract approvals linked to associates during his tenure from September 2015 to May of 2023. The anti-graft agency claims Ngige approved contracts while supervising the Nigeria Social Insurance Trust Fund, while Sezimo Nigeria Limited, managed by associate Ezebinwa Amarachukwu Charles, allegedly received 7 contracts worth 366.47 million naira. Other firms listed include Zitacom Nigeria Limited, Jeff and Chris Limited, Old English Consolidated Limited, and Shell Atlantic Intercontinental Services Limited. Ngige's media aide, Fred Chukwuelebe, dismissed kidnapping rumors, confirming the former minister remains in EFCC custody ahead of his Friday court appearance. And also, the Central Bank of Nigeria has ordered all POS acquirers and payment service providers to implement mandatory dual connectivity to NIBS and Unified Payment Services Limited. The directive, issued in a new circular signed by Rakia Yusuf, follows earlier warnings in September 2024 about risks tied to relying on a single routing channel. Under the rule, providers must maintain active links to both aggregators and set up automatic failover to Transactions instantly switch when one platform goes down to corp delays, breakdowns, and widespread service failures. NIBSS and UPSL are also required to run regular system resilience tests with financial institutions, while they must also notify banks immediately during disruptions, filing a full report within 24 hours. Now to end the local news, Business Day Media on Wednesday convened the Mobility and Logistics Conference in Lagos, Nigeria. The event themed the business of logistics, advancing infrastructure, connectivity, and last-mile solutions in Nigeria, provided a high-level platform to examine the systems driving the movement of goods and services nationwide and attracted key players in the industry. Opening remarks from Frank Aibogun, the publisher of Business Day Media Limited, set the tone for the discussions, followed by the Lagos State Commissioner for Transport, Oluwaseun Oshiemi, who stressed the need for efficient mobility networks to strengthen economic productivity and improve service delivery. The panelist sessions addressed infrastructure, fleet transformation, and supply chain resilience, and explored last-mile efficiency driven by innovation, partnerships, and policy supports. The conference ended with the 2025 gathering, underscoring the urgent need for coordinated action and sustained investment. Coming up, Shell prepares to launch new drilling campaign offshore Namibia. This and more after this short break. Do stay with us.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on Business Day Television.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. Answer God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Entrepreneurship is for everybody, but not everybody is for entrepreneurship.
They are the dreamers.
I remember it was like 3 a.m. by 21st of December 2021.
The disruptors.
Luxury is not affordable, let's be real.
The doers.
BusinessDay Academy has trained over 3,000 event professionals.
In a place where the odds don't play fair, they play harder.
I would like my business to be remembered as one of the homegrown organizations that has helped with shaping the narrative of this continent positively.
From first-time founders to industry giants, this is where serious business meets unexpected turns.
I could stay up hours of the night just watching things about space.
Welcome to Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma, where we unravel the buzz and glamorous headshots to bring you the untold.
When I went for youth service, where I was sent to, instead of me to go to work, I went to go and learn how to sew.
Raw. I'm blown away by the challenges they're facing.
And real stories of Nigeria's fearless young entrepreneurs.
And not only yes.
Watch Entrepreneurs Lounge with Norma every Tuesday on BusinessDay television.
This is still the Business Day news update at 12. We now head to Africa. Shell is preparing to launch a new drilling campaign in the PL39 exploration block offshore Namibia from April 2026 with its partners Qatar Energy and Namibia's national oil company NAMCO. Shell's Namibia's country chair Eduardo Rodriguez revealed that the London-listed energy group had awarded the contract for the deep-sea mirror drilling unit operated by Odgel Drilling and owned by Northern Ocean. According to reports, the company is circling back to the Petroleum Exploration License 39 block offshore Namibia after writing down around $400 million in January over an oil discovery it deemed commercially unviable. The Orange Basin, where the block is located and which extends into South African waters, has been a global exploration hotspot for energy firms after discoveries by Shell, Total Energies, and Gulf. And also, the International Monetary Fund has revealed it's working hard to create the necessary conditions for a new finance program with Mozambique as the Southeast African nation faces immense pressures. Mozambique, among the world's poorest nations, ended the prior arrangement with a Washington-based lender in April, 3 months after a new government took office, while the administration chose to pursue a program that better reflected its priorities as talks have dragged on. The government is now targeting a deal by March, one that will be vital to stabilizing the economy, unlocking donor support, and restoring investor confidence in a nation struggling to regain its footing. While Mozambique expects to reap tens of billions of dollars from its vast natural gas reserves, projects to develop them have been stalled for years, while months of deadly protests after last year's elections triggered 4 consecutive quarters of economic contraction, eroding state revenue and investor sentiment. The IMF last month warned of the state's acute financing challenges and foreign exchange shortages that are curtailing growth. And on the foreign scene, the United Kingdom economy unexpectedly contracted 0.1% in the 3 months to October. Economists had expected 0% growth over the period, following a 0.1% expansion over the 3 months to September. The Office for Statistics noted that services output stalled, construction output fell at 0.3%, and production output fell at 0.5%, largely because of a fall in the manufacture of motor vehicles, trailers, and semi-trailers in this period. The figures come after the United Kingdom's Chancellor Rachel Reeves unveiled a range of tax hikes in a hotly anticipated budget last month as she looked to plug a black hole in the country's finances and spur much-needed economic growth. Investment strategist at Quilter Wealth Management Company, Lindsay James, also noted that October's GDP underscores just how much difficulty the United Kingdom economy is going through as the government searches for some sort of growth. Now, to end the news, the United States has imposed fresh sanctions on 6 more ships said to be carrying Venezuelan oil a day after seizing a tanker off the country's coast. According to reports, sanctions have also been placed on some of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's relatives and businesses associated with what Washington calls its illegitimate regime. While White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters the seized vehicle, called the Skipper, had been involved in illicit oil shipping and will be taken to an American port. This marks a sharp escalation in the United States pressure campaign against Maduro, which has seen dozens killed in strikes on boats alleged to have been carrying drugs from Venezuela. The Trump administration has accused Venezuela of funneling narcotics into the United States. Venezuela, home to some of the world's largest proven oil reserves, which has in turn accused Washington of seeking to steal its resources. Well, that's as much as we have for you on the business update this afternoon. We'll be back in a moment just for more stories. Do stay with us.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day is your guide.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
But as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. Business Day is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, Business Day.
Information is everywhere, but insights, that is rare. Business Day Premium gives you analysis, data, and context that keep you ahead. Business Day Premium. Read deeper, decide smarter.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins. Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is
These battles make it hurt.
An official of NAFDA will say, please bring that thing down. I want to see it. My wife will like this.
If there is something about Market Pulse, just know that we will go through the 7 seas and mountains just for you to explore every market in this industry. Hello and welcome to another episode of Market Pulse. And today we are at Lawansi Market exploring the home appliances industry. So follow us as we feel the heartbeats of this market.
If customers are weeping and the seller is also weeping, nobody is happy.
Today, we are turning up the heat on a trend reshaping household spending across Nigeria: the surge in demand for thrifted and Tokumbo home appliances.
I've been in this business for close to 30 years. I grew up in this area. When I left university, I found myself back to Sule Lawansin. And that was even when Tokumbo business started gradually here in Lawansin, Sule, like fridge businesses. That was early 90s, and because I live around and I grew up in this area, the only opportunity I had was maybe going outside Lagos for my degree program as a UNN. Having gotten that, I came back. I made a Lawansin that accepted Tokumbo business. So as early as 1990, this place became a beehive of Tokumbo goods, fridge businesses, videos, electronics, kitchen equipment, and gradually I keyed in. You know, kitchen equipment is very, very wide. There are kitchen equipment, there are domestic, there are industrials, then there are bakery equipment, so whichever one you want to enter into. It's very, very interesting. But the scope is very, very large. You can never have knowledge of all of them, because every day technology is improving. There are times things will come out, you say, what is this? Or someone has to educate you on even what it is and how to use it. So it's not been easy. Teaching equipment is very, very wide. So every day I'm learning. Every day I'm studying. Every day I want to enter into new areas of it. Everything has increased and it's affecting sales. Really affecting sales, because the joy of this business is patronage. And if the customers are weeping, of course, and the seller is also weeping, nobody is happy. I want a situation where I bring in markets or I buy markets and people will come within a short space of time, they are all sold. Price of things have really gone high, and I pray that maybe with time, as time goes on, if our leaders, if they hearken to us and really put their hearts into governance, at least bring the price of these things down, Nigerians will really be happy. Nobody is really happy. You might think you are making the profit, but if you think you make enough profit, by the time you go and get other things, for instance, I'm not into fashion, but I know I have to buy clothes for myself. If you want to enter into any boutique to buy clothes for yourself, you before you know, you have wasted that same money there. You spend the whole money there. So you take a little thing home, having spent so much. So it goes round. Nobody's happy.
With inflation still biting and the naira under pressure, many consumers are finding that buying brand new appliances is becoming a luxury.
If you do not chop for maybe 3 square meters, you cannot be saying, let me buy AC. For more than 30 years now. And now it's very, very costly. Before, say, 10 years or 15 years ago, someone you can start this business with maybe 500,000. But now, as it is, over 2.something million at least. And I complain that because the cost of the goods is too high. They cannot be. This business is a luxurious one, so it's very, very high compared with the thing started from that Tinubu and Buhari regime. The thing is, before you can see 1 horsepower for 12,000 or below, but now 1 horsepower is 140,000 in a space of 2 years or so. So it's very, very costly. And making us not to feel comfortable with our business. It's not moving fine. Imagine something that we bought for 12,000 naira 2 years ago. Now it's 140,000, 150. You see, it scares away customers from coming to purchase or buy. I complain that the cost of this is too much. It's too much. We can hardly say 1 week or so. We will not sell because of the high cost of the goods. It's very, very alarming. It's very, very big. It's very, very difficult to cope in Nigeria these days. Compared with this, our business is very, very high. And right now, it's not the season. Maybe if to say the dry season, throughout it has been raining all days. Yesterday it rains. At times you come here 1 week or 2 weeks, you will not sell anything because of the cost, of the rising cost.
Of course, there is still a feeling of distaste that surrounds the Tokumbo home appliances. It's no-brainer though why Nigerians largely opt for these tested products, with inflation almost being at an all-time high.
Before you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around, with 1 million naira, you cannot buy anything tangible.
Market surveys also show that thrifted appliances can go for 40 to 60% less than brand new units. Well, depending on brand and condition.
For the past 10 years now, the business now, I can say, is times 10 of what we are using for investment before. Like the money you invest before. Before you can use 200 naira to buy a lot of things, but this time around, with 1 million naira, you cannot buy anything tangible. You are reacting so badly because what somebody is buying 10 naira before, this time if you come, you tell the person it's 15 naira, you know how the person will feel. So the reaction now is something else. The customers are not happy. And we too, we cannot do otherwise because we sell things the way we bought. Well, I can't say that I've had losses because when inflation started, I have some goods when inflation started. I sell based on the current price as at the time the inflation started. So I sell with the price of the current. The difficulties there is that the customers, they are not buying things the way they used to buy before because the price is outrageous. The price increased, so they find it difficult. They find it difficult. It's difficult for us now. You can see when you come here, I'm just sitting and looking outside. Unlike before the inflation started, when you come at least you meet like 2 or 3 customers. But this time it will take 2 hours or 3 hours before you can get 1 customer. At times they will come and price, they will not buy because the price is high now. There's no way I can go home and sit down without doing anything. That would be another problem. So, however it is, we'll still be managing it. We'll still be pushing.
Information reaching us is that life starters, young renters, first-time homeowners usually have a higher demand. So if you fall under this category, here are some of the prices of essentials so you don't walk into the market clueless.
If it's just cookers without ovens, these flat ones, they are on the high side now. Talk about 60,000 naira. If it's 3 burners, 60,000. If it's 4 burners, 70, 80,000. I'm talking about Tokumbo ones. We have Korea cookers that are just 2 burners. Those ones are also 60,000 naira. Then if you want to go for brand new ones, talk about 100 and something, 200,000 naira. They're about 150,000 naira. They're about. These are cookers without ovens. So if you want to buy cookers with ovens, those ones, Tokumbo ones, 300,000, 350, 400,000 as the case may be. 5 burners with big oven, all those are 700,000 naira as the case may be. As of that time, that drum barbecue, charcoal barbecue, I was going for 25,000 naira, but now it's going for 200,000, 250,000. So you can see the extent, which I remember people will come here, they want to buy something, and then they give you $100. You know, $100, you quickly go to Lansing bus stop, you understand, and change $100, 25,000 naira. So $100 that time, 25,000 naira. So maybe the value of what they have bought was 25,000 naira. So they give you $100. But now that same $100 is now 150,000. So like this thing that I once sold for 25,000 naira, this drum barbecue, the $100 feed there was 25,000, but now $100 is 150,000, and yet you cannot get it. So you need to have a close to maybe $150 or $130 for you to get this drum barbecue. So things has really gone high. There's one small electric jug I saw this afternoon. Very small things, this traveling type. You understand? And it's Tokumbo. And the person was pricing 5,000. And I know I bought that in non-tested, 8,000 naira. I was telling her 8,000 naira non-tested. You know the meaning of taking a risk of buying something that is not tested. It can be scrap in your hand. You understand? I told her, I said, pay 12,000. I said, okay, pay 10,000 naira. Do you understand? Person, are you saying this is 10,000 naira? I said, I bought it 8,000 naira non-tested. And I'm selling it to you tested. You can see the risk.
Electric kettle now, I would say the least you can get now, the smallest one of it is 10,000 naira. The one that are bigger, that one you can get for 15,000 naira least. Microwave, we have the deals we have now is at 5,000. We have the one that is up to 60,000. Air fryer, we have the one of 40,000, the one of 50,000. Iron 15, 18, 20, depending on the quality. Because all of them are not of the same quality. A rice cooker, I have the one of 35,000. Pressure pot, we have the one of 35,000 naira, and also we have the one of 50,000 naira. And these are things before you can get for 3,500, 5,000 naira. But this time, inflation have made all of them to go high.
If you are buying a window unit, maybe for 1 horsepower, you can get it now for maybe 130 or 120, as the case may be. Then for split, you can see split 150, 160. And it depends on the size. Like window unit 1 horsepower, you can see it's 130 or 140. But for split on the same 1 horsepower, you can see it 160, 150. And if the installer, if you are to the install to fix this one for you, they may take like 50,000 or 45,000 to fix the split own. But the window own, in as much as the hole is there, you can lift it and put it inside the hole without any money. So that one is more preferable. But some people will say that they don't want this window in the old fashioned. But in actual sense, that one, the so-called old fashioned, works better than split. There's no problem.
But it's not all smooth sailing. Even with the rise in demand, there are several risk factors which the dealers and buyers alike have to navigate through.
As of 2000, during that COVID, I remember the exchange rate at that time. The first time I imported was during that COVID. That was about July, August. And with about 5 million, you can import at least half container load of goods. That was around that July 2020. But of course, now, with 30 million, you understand, you cannot even import half container load of kitchen equipment. The truth of the matter is Tokumbo. You understand, Tokumbo has his own price. Brand new has his own price. So the moment you buy, sometimes importers, I see their lamentations. You know what they pass through. And I believe that government should understand this thing, because what comes around, they say what goes around comes around. You bring in your market to the wharf, so you clear your market, and as you clear it, they want to examine the containers. NAFDAC will come and say they want to now please bring 5,000 or 10,000 and clear it. And how has it come down, or has this exchange rate come down? What determines cost of goods is the exchange rate. You understand? It's the exchange rate. And of course, people don't import the way they used to import. So if it were before, by now, containers should be on every street. Because some of us, our brothers and sisters who are over there, they want to bring in goods so that when they come to sell, use the money, maybe to build, for those who wants to build and take care of their families back here in Nigeria. But now nobody wants to come in again. Before, an average importer brings 5 to 10 containers. So the person who used to bring 5 containers before is now bringing only 2 containers. The person who used to bring 2 containers is bringing 20-feet container, not even up to a full container. So when you go to warehouses are empty, and and once there are few goods, more people will chase those goods, so inflation will come up. So when goods are not really in supply, many people will be chasing the ones that are available. So it will automatically force the price up. So I don't think prices are going down. Prices are going up. Because there is no indices to show that prices are really coming down. The customs, the Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NAFDAC at wharf, they are still there. They will still examine the containers, and they will still collect what they want to collect. They impose the fines they want to impose. And so when it comes, and as the containers are going, most of these customs will also chase a container that has been cleared at wharf. Sometimes they will trace it back to the warehouse and will say these are contraband goods. And before you know it, either they will settle them, and before you know it, all these things will add to the cost of the goods. So I don't think. So things are not coming down.
There are warehouses. We have customers that are overseas that bring the goods. So we do buy from them when they offload. That is where the problem lies, because the cost of importation, according to the importers, is high now. The cost of importation, the custom duty and all those things, they are very high now. So that is where the problem lies, because they increase their price. Like what I buy this month, 500 naira. Next month, maybe if the price have changed, they too will change their price. So we the final consumers, we also change our price.
Beyond affordability, there is also a sustainability angle, as more Nigerians are embracing refurbished items, helping cut down electronic waste and extend product life cycles. It's a shift that mirrors global trends in sustainable consumption.
Fair use, someone like you can lay a hand on. That's a hope of common man, fair use, but new ones. Imagine you are selling 1 horsepower for 140,000. When you go to a new one, you see it for 350,000, 400,000. So prefer this one. And those fair use, they are European standard. But here, the new one is Nigerian use. Maybe when you go to, if you have the opportunity to go to abroad, you tell them to do some standard ones, who will be very, very cheaper. And when they come here, they increase the price. So that value is far better than the so-called new ones. The difference is that you can open wall like this, just like this one now, up there now. You can open wall, but this one can open small wall like this to pass the pipe through. But the other one, some landlord may say, no, you don't have to put this one, you don't have to open my wall. But for the split, you can open small wall where you can pass the pipe through. It depends on the individual, because you may rent an apartment, planning to buy split. The landlord will say no. There is hole for window, so you have to do that one. But if the landlord gives you opportunity, you can buy anyone you like. And more especially the other one they call inverter, that one consume less energy compared with the other ones. So people are moving to that one, and that one has great disadvantage. Disadvantage in the sense that if that one spoiled, like this one now, or this one spoiled, if it is inverter, you can use the up of this one, which is not inverter, you can change it. But once it's inverter must be inverter. So if it is 1 horsepower, it must be 1 horsepower. But if there's other one which is not inverter, you can use any one to fix it. 1 horsepower is meant for one room. Then 1.5 a room and parlor, or a parlor. Then 2 horsepower for bigger parlor. That's the only difference. The highest horsepower for this one, you have 3 horsepower. That's the one they use in the banks or big churches. But for living rooms, you can see 1 horsepower, 1.5, 2 horsepower. You have 3 horsepower, 5 horsepower as well. The advice is you must be patient. This is a luxurious business. If you want comfort, it's not like a necessity, something that you must use every day. Because it's optional. For example, if you want to use to feel comfortable, if you do not chop for maybe 3 square meters, you cannot be saying, let me buy AC. But if you want to feel comfortable, you can say you take AC, you buy AC. Because Nigeria is too hard. If to say this country is good, what another business? Because this one takes a lot of patience to stay. Imagine when you can come in the morning, 2 days, 3 days, not sell. How do you survive? And if you say, let me go and change another one, where is the capital to do it? And it may be a kind of business like this AC now that's movable here in Lagos. When you go to East or North, it will not be moving like that. Because in this Lagos now, you can see when you count 2 or 4 buildings, you must see AC there. But when you go to East, maybe like Orange, you can count 10 to 15 without a single AC there. So if you say, let me relocate, and when you relocate, you see that it will be more difficult. So if you are relocating, you have to find a business that will move there. So in a situation whereby you don't have any of those ones, you have to stay and manage the one you have.
As household navigates squeezed budgets, the thrift appliance market is proving that value and practicality are driving purchase decisions.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the street pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Good afternoon and welcome to Business Day Match Center. My name is Nyabongo. It's just 9 days to the Africa Cup of Nations. There's excitement everywhere. Everybody excited. I can't wait for the Nation Cup to start. All right, joining me on today. Today we'll be looking at yesterday. The NFF, the Nigeria coach Eric Chile, released a 28-man list. These are the players that will be participating in the Nation Cup for Nigeria. There's excitement. A lot of people are excited. There's also, mixed reactions. Some people are happy, some people are not happy. Certain players should have been there, certain players are not there. Why is this player not there? On this program today, we'll be analyzing that squad. Also, we'll be looking at the Premier League fixtures. Joining me on the program today is Faith Omawule. We also have Tony Regular. Tony, welcome to the program.
All right, nice to be here.
Thank you.
Nice to be here.
Nice to be here.
All right, the Nation Cup is just so close. 9 days. I can't wait. I'm sure you guys can't wait also.
I'm excited as well, but the list was the 28-man list as well, was out, and it's quite interesting how we have we have big names who obviously would come and appear on our team, and surprising absentees as well. The likes of it's quite shocking. We don't have an Okoye. That a lot of us we rate. We don't have an Okoye, we don't have Victor Boniface, and we don't have Tolu Orokudare.
First of all, Nigeria released a 54-man list that was released by the coach in Chile last week, and then yesterday was the deadline for CAF so all national teams submit their list for the Nation Cup, and the Nation Cup starts on the 21st of December and ends on the 18th of January, and Nigeria. Chile put down the list to 28 players, and after the fallout of the World Cup where we didn't qualify after the playoff, a lot of people felt there was a need for the coach to bring in new players. Tried that attack. You saw that after Ocean got that injury, we are flat. Even the midfield, felt that we needed more hands, more people, more players who could hold the ball. Actually, somebody who could distribute the ball to the attack, a creative player, a creative midfielder. I think the outcome good. I thought was that our team is just we are not there very well. So 28-man list was released. Let me start with you. I think ladies first.
Nice.
When you saw the list yesterday, how did you looking at the list? 28-man list. Stanley Wabale, despite all the talk that he's injured, he is there. But Ahmad Sobasogi, the former Bender Insurance goalkeeper, who is now in a place in Tanzania, is there. Francis Soho make a return.
I was particularly surprised to see Francis being on that list.
Okoye has been the one that came back up to over the last
tournament.
Few months. People felt I was surprised.
I think Okoye deserved to be on that.
Yeah, let me just come this now. We have Kabibasi, and the defense now Kabibasi, Semi Ajayi, Bright Osai, Samuel, Bruno Yemachi, Chigozie Awazi, Zaidu, Senusi, the bottle guy, Igbo, Ogo. Then Brian, the newcomer now, Brian Alebi, so he played for Blackburn in the championship. And then the midfield, we have Alex Wobi, Frank Oyeka, Wilfred Didi, Frank Oyedika, Tochukwu Nadi, Fisayo Dele Bashiru, Ebenezer Akinsamiro, Usman Mohammed. Who felt then the attack. The new entrance in that midfield is Ebenezer Akinsamiro, Tochukwu Nadi. Then in the forward, we have Ademola Lookman, Samuel Chukwueze, Victor Osimhen, Moses Simon, Chizera Ejuke, Eko Adams, Paul Onuachi returning, the top scorer in the Turkish league. Sirius Desses he now plays in Greece. He was the top scorer in the Scottish league last season. Salim Fago Lawal, former under 20 striker, make up the list. It came as a surprise to everybody. What is your impression about the list?
My impression of the list, first of all, there's some names I expected to see, like Victor Boniface, although I know he had this issue with his last season transfer and also playing the club is currently playing with an injury soon. I also expected to see Maduka's name since he was still instrumental for us at the last AFCON Cup in Cote d'Ivoire. And also Tolu was a major surprise to me too. I was expecting Arokodare, yes. I was expecting to be he played, I think he played in the last
he was
the playoff. Yes, I was expecting his name to there, but I'm surprised his name. I don't know why Chile decided to put him off the list. But
he said he's not playing regularly in his club in Wolves.
How many of them on this list are playing regularly?
And a lot of people are not comfortable with performance during the playoff against the AFCON.
I know.
He came in for
yes.
Then they removed him again.
The short time was there, but I feel he should have made the list. Although I'm seeing some new names, which I feel he's trying to make them, come up on the list and try to change legs and also bring in new fresh faces. But yes, we are used to all these names and they have done so. They have done well, but I feel he shouldn't have left Tolo or Tula out of the list. But any other person there, let's see what they can do.
What about Yenacho? Yenacho is not that.
Oh, thank you very much for that reminder. Yenacho was a surprise for me too. Yenacho has been good in Celtic too, but I'm surprised it's not the list. Maybe he feels the tired leg. He has been in the game a couple of times, so he doesn't need him to be there again. His name alone is something that other team players
will probably fear.
Yeah.
To be fair, recent weeks, what the last 2-3 weeks he been injured. But
yes, he has hamstring injury.
Yeah, I think this week I read a report that it's about it's getting better. That he probably coming. He will probably be in the Celtic team this weekend. But he will have still make to the Nation Cup.
He should have. He would have still made
if he wants, since Kelly came into became the manager of Nigeria, he has not been that comfortable in Nigeria.
Yes,
in his style of play. He only was there at the Unity Cup, Nigeria won in London. But since he came in, he has not invited him much.
He has not really invited. That's a fact. He has not invited him much. But I feel that name has an effect on anything. Nobody will hear Kelechi until he's on the pitch and will not adjust to that thing. So I feel that star power he has is still very good.
It's an experience.
And it brings the experience there too. So him not being on that thing is up to the coach to decide that. But with the injury he has, maybe the injury is a fair excuse for him not to have included him on the list.
Tony, what else take on the list?
I have so many takes on the list. I'm going to share a few.
Yeah.
And a few meaning the people the players that are just like coming in. Sometimes I have to ask myself the question, who are these players?
Yes.
Are they going to play them?
Yes.
Are you going to come in with this list and start the regular 11 that will not give us much?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the question. So it's nice that we are having these new names coming in, but first of all, who are they? And what do they bring to the Nigerian national team? That's my own problem. That's where I come. That's where I come in.
Would have their players' history before he includes them on that.
They have the clamor for that. There's a need for the coach.
Yes.
During when we Nigeria also did our people felt some of these players we need to bring in young fresh legs, more
legs,
who are hungry.
Yeah, so again, I understand where it is coming from. My question is, these people that are bringing in, I kind of question who is behind, who is coming in, who is behind this.
Is it
a fair, exactly? Is it a fair list, or they are being pushed by people that are, because right now the NFF have not been so good with the Nigerian football right now. And it's not news. It's not news to know that there might be some kind of, play to push in people. Now we have amazing players, definitely. But when you hear names like Mohamed Usman, you have, but obviously nobody has heard of Amas before. I've not heard of him before. Personally, I've not heard of. Yeah, but can we at least see the work? It's one thing to have Nwabali. It's one thing to have Nwabali on the squad, and performing at his best. But there are some times where we need to see the hands of these players. We don't need to wait for Nwabali to be be injured or Ozor to be injured, who is based on the list right now, before we see Amas do his thing. The same thing with the likes of, for instance, Moses Simon. No, I'm going to the forward. Moses Simon has been in the team for so long. I don't see what Moses Simon brings to the team. Honestly speaking, I don't see it. Moses Simon should be like 35, 36, 37 years right now. What is this thing? What is he doing in our squad? If he's going to, he's the one that's going to. So basically, my question is how. So again, with this plethora of players, yeah, how is Chile going to structure his team? Because we know that. So look at Samuel Chukwueze. Samuel Chukwueze is in form right now. He played so well in the last in the last Premier League game against Man City. Let's see. And again, I say this a lot. Samuel Chukwueze is a system player. If you don't play him right, if you don't play him to his strength, he's not going to work for you. So it's one thing bringing in these people, and it's one thing playing to their strength. We can't go into this. We can't go into this tournament with the hopes of just saying Victor Osimhen turn up for us. Like if he's gone, or so God forbid, he has an injury, then we are back to what happened against Congo. Yeah, so my question is, does he have the capacity to pick? Yes, we have new players, we have fresh legs, obviously, but I don't want to deal on those that we have missed out. Is maybe the coach's decision, because he gave us a 58 man list initially, 54 man list initially. So I want to believe that this is mostly his decision, or let me not be skeptical. But then again, my question is, does he have what it takes to get us to the finals and to win this competition?
But some days before this list came out, we saw the captain. Come out to say I'm retiring from the national team.
That was a major
blow. A lot of Nigerians were surprised. I was surprised because he was in the original 54 man list. And although there have been rumors after that point, we failed to qualify for the World Cup that he went to retire, but it was not certain until he came out on social media to say I'm retiring from that. Looking at how going to a few weeks to a major tournament. And a lot of people felt the NFF should have tried to persuade him not to retire. And also there were insinuations that he was pushed out of the team based on the strike that they went on.
No, the strike.
The payment issue that there's more to this issue that Ekong was pushed out of that team. I'm going to miss him. In the last tournament, he was our best player.
Yes,
he was the most valuable player.
Very instrumental.
I'm going to miss him. I'm going to miss Ekong this tournament.
Definitely, we are going to miss him. He has been instrumental for the team, motivating. That title of captain that he holds, he held it very well. He was instrumental in the last AFCON. I think it was only Nigeria that won an award.
He was the most valuable player.
Yes, and of recent, you can see he rallied the players together to deliver on games. Although the last home goal he had against South Africa was a major blow to him, but I don't think he deserves to be retired so early in his career. Maybe he's just 32 or 33.
Yeah, 32, yeah.
So he's still really going to retire.
Yeah, we'll miss it. What's your take on retirement?
So we sat down here last week to analyze his retirement, his surprise retirement and all. And we know we've heard what might have been in play based off of what happened. Yes, the team is going to miss his leadership. I'm certain that we still have a lot to do in terms of how we're going to line up in that backline, because we're not missing, we're only missing him. We are missing Frederick. We are missing online now. So we're missing. So
what do you think?
These are new games. We are just.
So I plays in I think Slovenia or Croatia. We saw the Champions League against his team. He's a very good player. He also played for Nigeria during the Unity Cup. He's been out of the team since Chile came on board. So, do you have confidence in him that he will to replace? And would Nigeria miss Ekong this Nation Cup?
We will miss Ekong in this Nations Cup, because the basis of how he left is not clear. Everyone is smelling foul play in this, and if the house is not in order, I say, even though your coaching staff or the manager has a good setup for you, it's not going to lead you to the World Cup or to the tournament, to the gold. You have to set your house in order first before we now say, oh, we are going into this tournament with confidence. we are going into this tournament with unity. We are going to the tournament knowing fully well that everybody from the players to the coaching staff gets paid their salaries. It's motivation for everybody. It's motivation for us to know that, yes, these players are going in to sacrifice and give their best for us. Because imagine if these players, regardless of where they're coming from, the likes of Ali Bioshu is coming in for the first time, trying to do his best for considering. Yeah. So is he coming in with the mindset that I have to give myself for this country? I have to give, knowing fully well that this country will also give back to me what belongs to me. The mindset is always there.
Going back to the list, I was particularly happy that Paul Onuachu was recalled, knowing that he's in form now. He's top scorer in the Turkish league. I think about 12 goals now. But one name that surprised me in that list was this Salem Fagula. I thought, although he plays in Croatia, I think he has scored 4 goals out of about 16 matches played this season. But I actually thought Durosimi, who plays in one of these top league in Europe, he was started to be the one that will be in that list. That will be picked. But I saw Fagula from nowhere. And Durosimi, to me, seemed to be having better stats. But this is it's come at 10, 11 goals. And people, actually 2 years, a lot of people thought he would win the list. I thought he would win the list. There are reports that he had been picked to join the forward line. But suddenly, I was not particularly impressed with Fagula when he was in the under 20. And in Europe, we have not done that.
A lot of people are asking the same questions you're asking. Like, what does he have to offer?
The guy that he went to, the midfield, there's a guy that Tochikuna, he plays in.
Recently, he hasn't been trained in, I don't know.
It's been those are done by agents now just to promote the player. Apparently, the name will be in the final list. I think he's not the one that played the second division in Belgium. Does that mean we don't have a better player? He went to second division in Belgium
to pick a player
for a tournament as big as AFCON.
To pick a player. So when we have so many players in the local league.
I mean, so this is my this is it. Yeah. So this is my this.
That's special.
But again, Europe, you are playing in Europe, but some guy that's playing in Sporting Lagos can be better than you.
Yes, of course, we have so many talents.
So my own is why do you need to go out there to Europe, and you're not even going to the big leagues? You are going to the Belgium Division 2.
Somebody, Usman Mohammed, I think is it one that who plays in Israel? Usman Mohammed is one that plays in second division in Belgium.
So if I was going to the list, I did not really see so many like Rivers United. I've got like top guys from all this local league.
When we won the Nation Cup in 2013,
in this team,
Civic picked they are in that team about 6-7 players
from our league in Nigeria.
Even Sunday
yes,
was a local league player. Sunday Bar not got. It was after that Sunday Bar went to Europe.
These are competitions that you put the local guys from the local league in front so that you can see what they can do and also get scouted by people out there.
I'm not even saying the bulk competition from the.
I'm not saying at least 2 or 3 players. Yes.
Locally that you have been able to.
Give them the opportunity.
More than a year now in Nigeria. He has done very well. I agree with you. Knowing where we were when he came on board, but I thought we'll have some name there. I'm not too.
So I think.
What's our chances now? Go to the Nation Cup. Looking at Morocco. The squad announced. I saw this Morocco squad. I saw Senegal squad. Morocco is the one hosting.
Yes.
Not particular. Everybody's tipping Morocco to win the tournament. Looking at that squad, not as if they are better than us.
No, they are better than us.
But just that maybe they felt they are hosting the tournament and they are semi-finalists in the World Cup.
In the World Cup, yes, that's a bragging right.
So they qualified with ease to this for the next World Cup.
Of course.
So they are the most ranked team in Africa. They are the most informed team. Yes. So obviously they are the favorites. And people say Senegal is the next country.
So I would like to see what we do, how we play against the Pharaohs of Egypt. I'd like to see that match and know where our mindset is. Yes, it might be a friendly, but I guess we have a lot to do when it comes to trying to organize ourselves, organize play and all, and see where, it's a big match. We might basically have Salah in that game as well. Yes.
So on the final, who do you think before we look at the Premiership fixtures, who do you think will win the Nation Cup?
I'm tipping it for Morocco, basically.
Are you?
It's an open check for me. Anybody can win it. I see South Africa might come up. They did well in the.
Wow,
Yes, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
In the
Yes.
Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire might want to repeat what they did last time again.
Yeah.
So the book is so open for anybody. Anybody can take it. Even Egypt say might want to prove themselves. Salah might want to show that it's not. It's not what I'm going to prove to you guys that yes, I'm still in.
All right, let's quickly look at the Premiership future before we go. Burnley tomorrow. Burnley will be taking on. I think Burnley will be taking on Fulham. What's your take on that Burnley Fulham?
I think it's Burnley.
They lost against Man City and then they lost again last week.
So Fulham should have it, basically. Fulham should have it. It's an away game, yes, but I think Fulham is on form with the likes of Kevin Bassey. We have Sam Chukwueze doing well as well, and it will be. They were so basically.
Fulham should they lost their last 2 matches. They should take this. Arsenal
to win it. Arsenal will win this one. With our loss at our last game, Arsenal they have no choice at this, and they're like they're 3 points, 2 points behind Man City.
We
have to win.
They are at the bottom of the table now, and
we have to
last week to Man U. Yeah, they are playing for pride now.
Arsenal is also playing for pride. So that we can win this game and go back to being top of the league with enough points.
If you can't win the league this season,
we are winning the league this season.
Crystal Palace versus Man United.
I think Man United doing it for this one.
I know. Crystal Palace versus Man City.
Man City.
Man City.
Yeah, Man City.
Man City to win it. But I know Man City to win it.
Crystal Palace beat them in the FA Cup.
Yeah, but
they've been in top crack for.
So this is my own take on that game. Pep is coming in with, so there's a new mindset with Czechia. We have the new mindset with Foden. The Doku is not really on top form, but the likes of Foden and Czechia are doing so well in the midfield, and I believe that when push comes to shove, I think they have to take that match away.
Sunderland was Newcastle.
Sunderland has been a very tough bone in the neck for people recently. I didn't even draw against Arsenal. So they might win it. To be
on Sunday we have Chelsea versus Everton.
Chelsea has to. I think Chelsea will want to win this game, considering that they drew against Leeds City in their last game and also lost against. I think they drew Leeds City in their last game. They should want to win this one.
Liverpool versus Brighton.
Liverpool.
They lost their last game.
Yes, they lost their last
game. They won. I think they are wounded now. Arsenal was Wolves.
We already spoken about that.
That's the Premiership picture for this weekend. Go out there and support your team.
Yeah.
All right. That's the program for this week. We're looking at the Nigerian squad and Nigerian chances for the Nation Cup. It's 9 days to the Nation Cup. We can't wait. I'm sure you can't wait. I mean, the excitement is everywhere. Nigerians want to. They are praying that Nigeria can go there and win their 4th title in Chile, and the NFF can do. And of course, the players can also deliver. Wherever the NFF will do their homework well. Thanks very much for joining us on our Match Center for this week. My name is Enya Bongiwo.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is worth commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria,